time we see this in the orange and the yellow, that's indicative of very heavy rain. I'm also going to put up some lightning here because we have seen a lot of lightning strikes in a very short period of time. It's thinking, but once that pops up again, lightning as well as some brief gusty winds have really been the main threats associated with these storms as they continue to drop in. So there we go. There's our little lightning strikes. Even in this stronger cell in eastern Denton County, lightning continues to be the main threat, as well as the potential for some very small hail. We're talking pocket change sized hail, as well as some brief heavy rain. So as we're kind of doing a little radar tour, Berkeley and I are also keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat just to make sure we're not missing anything. Earlier today, we did have a flash flood warning issued up towards the Red River. That has since been allowed to expire. We'll show you some updated rainfall totals in just a second. I believe now in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, we are looking at a shot of 635 and Welch, I believe. Is that correct? This is Fort Worth. Fort Worth, okay. So Fort Worth, kind of seeing the leading edge of that storm. So if we go to Fort Worth right now, just to the west of downtown Fort Worth, there's some nice run-of-the-mill thunderstorms that are approaching the Stockyards area, eventually downtown Fort Worth. That's kind of the tail end of our broken line of storms. Again, continuing behind the front, so sub-severe. And we will take that anytime in mid to late May. So here's a wider view of radar right now. You can easily see where the lightning is more concentrated across eastern Denton County, far northwest Dallas County, and central and northeast Collin County, as well as western Tarrant County. As these thunderstorms continue to head into the immediate Metroplex, again, nothing is severe at the moment, but there could be some pockets of very heavy rain that create ponding issues on the roadways, as well as some brief flooding concerns. So I'm going to take a wider view right now of radar because there are several warnings that are ongoing across the Lone Star State. One is well to the north and east, kind of in between I-20 and I-30 across far northeastern parts of the Lone Star State. And another is a nice little complex of storms that's developed down in San Angelo, where there's several severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing there. So let's zoom on in one more time, get a little bit closer to a couple of these stronger cells. What I want to do now is go ahead and pause radar and see if we can pop up our hail core here.
National Weather Service just put out SPS about a storm in Tarrant County.
Okay,
until
perfect.
For the next 30 minutes for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail just under an inch.
Okay, so that's kind of what we were just focused on. We showed you that with that tower camera shot. So let's see if we can get a little bit closer to that hail core here. That's going to be basically right in between Highway 183 and I-30 in western parts of Tarrant County. I'm going to take our little query here. This is going to be near the Westover Hills area, so just under an inch in diameter. So likely hail up to the size of nickels about.
Right.
And again, that is going to be below severe limits, but still could be disruptive if you're out driving about. So again, that's the latest update from the National Weather Service with that cell. As I zoom on out, I want to see our one stronger storm. Yeah, here we go. Basically right over Lake Louisville. This is going to be a little hail core that has popped up. So if we query this is likely going to be maybe hail up to the size of pennies or so, and that's a fairly wide swath over the lake. And let's go a little bit farther to the south, where we have seen another little hail core pop up just to the north of the DFW airport. That's the gray that I'm seeing on my screen here, a little less than a ½ inch in diameter. So again, between about pennies and nickels, likely that hail core there, right along Highway 635 and just to the north of the DFW airport.
And if we're able to switch over to Max 3, I have rainfall totals or estimations of rainfall totals pulled up there. Like Kylie mentioned earlier, we had a flash flood warning that was in place for parts of Grayson and Cook County, and you can see why when we put over, this is the last 6 hours, so most of the afternoon and then obviously the morning as well, we had radar estimating. So these are not official totals, but close to 3 inches there between Gainesville and Sherman, which was really kind of the central part of where that flash flood warning was in place. It went into place early this morning, right before 11, and it stretched until 2 o'clock. They have let it expire, but we're seeing more rain move over that area. So even though there's not actively a warning in place, I imagine we are seeing at the very least a trouble on the roadway, street ponding, and the normal trouble spots where we see a rapid rise in water, whether that's local creeks or streams, probably going to continue to be the case at least for the next couple of hours. Again, these are not official totals, but gives you an idea of where the heaviest rainfall has set up. And if I zoom out a little bit more, you can see obviously it's a lot lighter totals the further to the south you go. We've got just a different, a different look. You can see the line that kind of is continuing to roll in. So these will update as we move through the afternoon. More of a broken line that sets up obviously to the west of DFW. Lighter totals, but we've seen heavier pockets come together, and we could be seeing some of these contaminated a little bit because we're finding some small pockets of hail. We got one confirmation so far into our email of some hail that fell earlier in the northern parts of Denton County. Beyond that, I haven't seen much else reported to us directly or sent in from the National Weather Service, other than in Aubrey. So kind of the same spots there in northern Denton County that are getting a little bit of hail. And then again, we just talked about in Tarrant County, that stronger cell that's trying to intensify at least a little bit as that front continues to push storms into the Metroplex.
And we want to reiterate too, like I mentioned, because the front has now moved out ahead of that line of storms, that's good news as far as the potential for strengthening goes and that severe weather threat is concerned. Now, if we see more development out ahead of the front, those storms could have the potential to pulse up in intensity. But right now, with this broken line of showers and storms, everything is sub-severe, thankfully. Basically, anytime we see an outflow or a front out ahead of a line of storms, that's eating up some energy. So you can see where the front is clearly on our temperature map. I mean, check out Comanche, sitting at 95 degrees. Areas to the south and east are slightly cooler, but extremely humid. Palestine sitting at 81, Corsicana at 84, Athens at 81, as well as Canton, Terrell at 82. The DFW airport, we briefly climbed into the upper 80s earlier today, and pretty quickly, right around midday. And since then, we have fallen a solid 10 degrees. So that is telling us that the front is moving through the immediate Metroplex. It's basically bisecting it. It's extending up towards Bonham, McKinney, down towards Tarrant County and Granbury, Stephenville. And that's where that front is currently situated. So areas to the east and southeast, you're very warm, you're very humid, you're still waiting on the front, and if we see a couple of stronger cells pop through the evening hours, they will likely be in that air that is untouched from the cold front. Kind of interesting too, we just showed you those current temperatures. There are spots along the Red River to the north and west that are sitting in the 50s. That is a rare late spring front with very seasonably cool air. Bowie currently sitting at 56 degrees, Bridgeport at 58, Gainesville down to 60. That cooler air, it's coming. It's not going to be that as noticeable as maybe folks to the north and west that have had several more hours to cool. I think that most of us tonight end up dropping into the low and mid 60s for our morning low temperatures. Looks like we're taking a look at a TxDOT camera right at the intersection of North Central Expressway, Highway 75, and Bethany South. Some raindrops on the camera there. Traffic seems to be moving well. But like we mentioned, with these pockets of heavier rain, very similar to what we saw earlier today, those construction sites could create some of those issues with additional ponding as well as side streets, neighborhood streets where we do see those pockets of some heavier rain. Looks like there might be a little hail core that's trying to pop up just to the north and west of the Las Colinas area. And as we zoom on in a little bit closer towards the stockyards or just to the north and west of downtown Fort Worth, that hail core has come up in size slightly. Still reporting hail about the size of nickels in diameter. So again, that remains below severe limits. I do think we could see some isolated instances where hail is slightly up to the size of quarters, and that would likely be very brief in nature. It's very typical for these hail cores to pulse up and pulse back down, especially depending on the atmosphere, the environment that the cores are located in. And with most of us reporting shower and thunderstorm activity behind the cold front, that's the stable air. Now, sometimes in stable air, because there are cooler pockets of air above the surface, we can still get a little bit of those hailstones that could be slightly larger in diameter. Now, the National Weather Service is starting to hint at the potential for some redevelopment tonight for areas to the south and west. So I'm going to show you some of the latest thinking. If we can go to Weather 2, I'm going to pop up our Futurecast because we're starting to get a little bit of better agreement as far as this broken line of storms is concerned and the evolution through the rest of the evening. So the front is a little bit farther behind what I think it will end up being over the next couple of hours. But as far as reflectivity goes, notice by 7, 8 o'clock, our short range models try to dry us out. What we will be watching later on tonight, though, is areas to the south and west. Some of our short-range models do start to hint at some redevelopment for areas to the south and west. And if that were to be the case, those storms could be a little bit stronger. So that is going to be something we're monitoring. But I mean, as we put radar back up, let me see if I can adjust the sensitivity to this slightly. Yeah, even if I adjust the sensitivity, I mean, this does not look that impressive, which is good. Anytime you hear a meteorologist say that, that means that storms are struggling to strengthen. They're struggling to hold their intensity because of the front, and the front is still just to, actually, let me see if I can draw it for us. The front is going to be just south and east, basically right there. So again, those storms that are developing and trying to intensify are behind the front in slightly more stable air. So heavy rain, lightning, and the potential for some pocket change sized hail will continue to be the greatest threats.
Yeah, definitely. We've thankfully not seen much of the severe weather threat come to fruition. And because we got a lot of early morning activity that helped to kind of work over the atmosphere at least a little bit, that's why along the Red River, we have, again, talked about the flash flood warnings. Those started nice and early. And that's why we've seen a little bit more of the stronger development centralized to the Metroplex, because we didn't see much of anything this morning. So it was more of that clean air, a little bit more instability, certainly a lot more warmth, and therefore a lot more energy for those storms to try to tap into. And like Kylie mentioned, the front outpacing these storms is going to be very helpful for us as we move through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening, because typically our peak heating this time of year, it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon where we would see temperatures climb into the 80s. And obviously some parts like Comanche are into the 90s now, but it is good to see that we are cooling in the Metroplex and obviously areas behind the front. We'll see that trend continue now as these storms continue to move in. And without peak heating of the day lining up with that front's arrival, I think we see a limited threat for severe weather, which is what we were watching for. We've been talking about isolated threat, and we've seen only one warning, a couple pockets of pea-sized hail, dime-sized hail in a couple spots. But one thing that we will watch for, as we do with any hail threat specifically, is some weakening or pulsing down and then re-intensification. So while we see, like, for example, this hail core here on the northwestern side of Fort Worth looks a little bit better than the previous scan, doesn't mean we won't see this re-intensify. So previously it was getting close to nickel, now dropping down to more of a penny-sized threat. So again, that's just radar indicated. Haven't seen any reports of that I have noticed anyway. But we'll watch for more of the same, I think, really, as we head into the next couple of hours. Once this front clears, though, I think that we will see, especially once we get the sun to set, we will see a lot of this activity wind down. And then, like Kylie was just talking about, watching off to the west for a little disturbance to try to spark up another round of showers and thunderstorms through the overnight tonight. I think the severe threat, again, is pretty limited unless we can recover a lot more instability. But that's something that it's a watch, wait, and see kind of situation as we head into the overnight. But for now, all things considered, looking pretty good on radar. Some healthy rainfall rates. We're still trying to get rid of all the drought across the area. So we'll take the rain as long as we can get through without too many bumps and bruises.
Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll take another closer look at radar and talk about what we can expect to see through the rest of the evening. Welcome back. If you are joining us on Fox Local or fox4news.com, we are tracking some thunderstorms that are starting to make their way into the immediate Metroplex below severe limits, but still packing a punch at times. Right now, we are looking at one of our tower cam shots over Dallas, where we're still waiting on a cell to continue to head to the south and east. Right now, that one cell is just to the north and west. As it continues to the south and east, we'll likely see some heavy rain here shortly in the downtown Dallas area. It could take another 20 minutes or so, but kind of a different look over in Fort Worth, where we have seen some cells approach the downtown area, namely near the Stockyards, east of Benbrook, southeast of White Settlement, near the Lake Worth area, seeing some pockets of heavier rain extending up towards the Saginaw area. So downtown Fort Worth, things are getting a little dark as we wait for that cell to continue to head to the east and southeast, packing a punch at times. Anytime we see radar with these bright red colors or that darker red, that is indicative of some pretty heavy rain. That continues to be the greatest threat with these storms. Well, I should say that coupled with a whole lot of lightning. Let me turn on our lightning tracker here. As soon as this is able to pop up, you'll see, there we go. All of these cells are producing quite a bit of lightning. We can't stress that enough. And I know it's a cheesy saying, but when thunder roars, go indoors. As we take a little bit of a look to the north and east, we are seeing some thunderstorms now approach far northwestern parts of Dallas County. So this is going to be just to the east of the DFW airport, seeing a nice little thunderstorm over Lake Grapevine near the Flower Mound, Highland Village area. We're seeing some pockets of some heavier rain extending up towards Louisville, right along I-35E. We're seeing some very heavy rain that could create some issues. I know there's typically a lot of construction in the I-35E area extending from Louisville all the way up towards Denton. So be very careful of that if you have to be on the roads. And then a little bit farther to the north and east near the Colony, extending up towards Little Elm, now all the way far south into northern parts of Dallas County, the Carolton area, Addison. Still, showers and storms are outside of the 635 loop in far northern parts of Dallas County, but I expect that to change here shortly as showers and storms continue their trek to the east and southeast. Now we're looking at a camera. What is the cross street right in front of it? Sorry, I can't read it. 45E, is that what you said? 35E and 121. So folks starting to slow down. They're seeing some of those pockets of heavier rain. The roadways are getting kind of wet. And rightfully so, folks continuing to slow down. I know the roadways are about to be a lot busier in the next couple of hours as rush hour ramps up, and that will, again, could create some issues. But here's the deal. We are tracking a cold front, and that cold front is positioned just to the east and southeast of our broken line of subsevere showers and storms. So because showers and storms are actually behind the cold front, the front is eating up a lot of energy, and without the forcing from the front, it's going to be hard to get these storms to intensify. Now, that being said, we've still seen several cells pulse up and pulse back down as far as their hail cores are concerned, but for the most part, things have stayed pretty tame. Just run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, we will take that. If we can see some development out ahead of the front, mainly for areas east of I-35 and south of I-20, there could be a couple of stronger storms, or maybe even a little bit farther to the south and west. So south of I-20 and west of I-35 could also see a couple of stronger storms. Basically, any spots that the front has not touched, that's where energy is going to be a little bit higher. Berkeley?
Yeah, so like Kylie mentioned, thankfully, a lot of these have just been run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, lightning and heavy rain kind of being the biggest threat to us widespread across the region. But we have seen some reports of some smaller hail. Only one warned storm where quarter-sized hail was the biggest concern as that moved across parts of Wise and Denton County. But Adam, if we're able to switch over to weather 3, I have a picture that was sent in earlier this afternoon from the north side of Granbury that was mostly, he reports, marble-sized hail. In this picture, you can see a lot of rain falling, ponding there, little puddles, but you can see what kind of looks like white specks across the grass, a decent amount of hail falling. So although the size on the smaller side and sub-severe limits, the quantity kind of impressive. There were a lot of hail falling all at once, and then that hail core dissipated pretty quickly as it moved to the east. Now, the speed of these storms is also something that we're watching, even though it's a pretty broken line. I've drawn a storm track here kind of just wide across the area. So this is definitely not perfect in terms of estimations. I'm actually going to redraw because it's shifted just a little bit. But just to give you an estimation, I'm going to start on the north side of the line where we've got a little bit more activity, and moving down to the east-southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So again, not perfect here, but kind of just an estimation. Again, sub-severe storms, but when you can expect the heavier bands of rain, kind of the leading edge of this to move in. Right now it's 249. So Allen, pretty much in the next couple of minutes. Greenville, 307. Wiley, 327. Sulphur Springs, 336. Royce City, 343. Again, that's if these continue to hold their strength, which I do think we will see a decent amount of rain roll through this area in the next hour, hour and a half. And then I'll do the same thing for the more scattered part of this line, the more broken part further to the south, that's now moving into Fort Worth. So we'll go from Granbury there where we saw that report of some small hail up toward Dallas County, and then about the same speed here. So again, I like to always say not perfect, but a good estimation. Granbury 257, so the next 7 minutes. Fort Worth 303, that's through downtown, I believe. Las Colinas 322, DFW Airport 330, and then downtown Dallas 346. So we're all watching over the next hour or so for this to move kind of through the heart of the Metroplex and continue on to the south and east. As that front continues to drive all that energy out, though, I think that we will undercut a lot of the instability. So hopefully. Okay, this is a look out of Allen on 75 and Exchange Parkway. You can see the roadways still definitely wet out there. And I mean, we've got a couple hours till we hit rush hour, but with heavy rain continuing to move in the Metroplex, that's probably going to be slowing us down, or it should be slowing us down. Take it slow out there. Anything that takes you out and about, really, until we can get to sunset tonight. I anticipate we will have activity on radar. So know that, especially in the normal trouble spots where we always see issues on the roadways, we always see ponding, you can expect that to be the case this afternoon and evening. Again, thankfully sub-severe, but certainly impactful. Even though we haven't seen severe gusts, we've still seen reports of 45, 50 mile per hour winds, small hail, and then obviously the heavy rain. That's what's going to impact us, I think, mostly widespread across the region today.
Let's go ahead and go back to weather too, Adam, if you don't mind. The National Weather Service is deciding to go ahead and issue a flash flood warning for parts of Denton and Collin counties. They're considering whether or not to draw it a little bit farther to the south and west, where there is quite a bit of heavy rain ongoing near the big airport and far northwestern parts of Dallas County. So that flash flood warning not in place just yet. They're drawing it up as we speak. But I've highlighted the precip rate, which is just the rainfall rate, and this is radar estimated in some of the strongest parts of these cells where that bright red, again, is located. That is the heaviest rain, and sure enough, with a rainfall rate a little over 1.3 inches per hour, that is significant, and that's enough to create issues on the roadways, ponding on the roadways, some localized flash flooding, which is why the Weather Service going ahead and deciding to issue a flash flood warning. Again, that's going to be for parts of Collin County and Denton County. I'm going to zoom on in to this one area just to the south and west of downtown Fort Worth, where it looks like we've seen our little hail core come up in size slightly. This could be producing quarter-sized hail as we speak. And that is going to be between Highway 377 and I-20, moving to the west. So just to the south and west of Westover Hills, in between Benbrook and Westover Hills, that's where that hail core is currently located. So if we take our little hail size out here, this is, yes, radar estimating hail size up to the size of quarters as this continues to head to the south and east. So I have this on loop because typically what we see are these hail cores, pulsing up and pulsing back down. So you have to monitor these cells really closely as they, see just then it came down in diameter, now potentially up to the size of dimes within the strongest part of that cell. So again, this hail core, we're monitoring it closely, and so is the National Weather Service. Now notice if I pause this, now notice the hail core has even shifted a little bit more. So we typically see this when we're covering strong storms on radar, on air. Sometimes the hail core lags a little bit behind what you are currently seeing. So again, this is one of the strongest hail cores. And as I zoom on out a little bit more, it looks like a little core is trying to develop just to the east of it. And then if we zoom on out a little bit more, sorry, this is kind of hard to navigate on the computer sometime, but now we're looking at the newest flash flood warnings. Let me throw a radar back up there and you can see it in action. Again, hard to see that little green polygon, but here on your screen, this is going to encompass far eastern and southeastern parts of Denton County and western and southwest Collin County. So let's put radar in motion. We're going to take a look at these warning details here inside of our flash flood warning. Again, this is in effect for Collin and Denton counties until 6 o'clock this evening based on those really high rainfall rates that I just showed you. What are we looking at bottom right here? Okay, so this is up in Louisville, and that is where, basically right along I-35E, I mentioned that that area can have some issues with ponding on the roadways. Typically, we have a lot of construction along I-35 headed up all the way towards the Red River. Not seeing any from this shot, but folks starting to slow down, again, based on some of those pockets of very heavy rain ongoing up in the Louisville area across southeastern parts of Denton County. So that's going to be really close to Lake Louisville. You saw a strike of lightning there on your screen, and that's the other part of these showers and storms is, we have seen quite a bit of lightning that has been reported. So current warning that's in place, we have our flash flood warning that is in effect until 6 o'clock this evening. That is our only warning right now across North Texas, thankfully. And we will continue to keep an eye on that cell again in far western parts or just west of the Fort Worth area, which means as that hail core continues to progress, movement with the tail end of this broken line of storms is to the south and east. So the National Weather Service also keeping an eye on that same part of Tarrant County. These storms will continue to pose the risk for gusty winds and small hail. Now, if you're just joining us, we have reiterated the fact that these storms are now behind our cold front. So our cold front is currently ahead of this broken line of storms, which is good news. That means that the front will continue to eat up quite a bit of energy, and storms will remain elevated behind the front and hopefully subsevere. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rogue warning at some point through this afternoon and this evening, but for the most part, these cells will just produce pocket change sized hail smaller than the size of quarters, as well as winds that are less than 55 miles per hour.
And the Storm Prediction Center just updated their outlook. Not any real big changes for North Texas, but I just kind of wanted to show you the latest from that agency. If we can switch to Weather 3. Sorry, Adam. Thank you. This is a look. So this is a large system. Obviously, we're watching the southern tail of this move through North Texas, but this system impacting a good stretch of this same region that we have seen severe weather hit week after week this spring as that front trails off to the north. It kind of split that slight risk on either side of the front. And as far as North Texas is concerned, if I zoom in, earlier this morning they had almost the entirety of the region in that yellow color, that 2 out of 5 slight risk. That's slightly more elevated than the green color you see. But after this morning's storm systems, as I mentioned, it kind of worked over the atmosphere in a good part of our northern counties especially. That is what prompted the Storm Prediction Center to peel back some of the risk. Now, most of us finding ourselves in that light green color, that's a 1 out of 5 risk. The bigger concern now is this kind of more unstable, untapped air down to the south and west of the Metroplex. That's what you see there in yellow. And that includes a good part of central Texas, the big country, and then down to the south and west where we are seeing storms fire off there as well. One large area included in a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this is not in North Texas, but gives you an idea of the system as it stretches to the south, where there is more instability and more warmth for these storms to latch onto, and they are doing just that. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Concho County, and it goes until 3:30. And you can see the hail size here is 1.75. So this is not just baseline severe where we see an inch for a warning, which is about the size of a quarter. A bigger hail threat exists off to our south, where I think we mostly, if we do find warnings, we'll see kind of that more baseline warning, which is what we did see. We've only seen one of those issued so far. Like Kylie mentioned, the only active warning we have right now is a flash flood warning, which I'll read you the details just straight from the National Weather Service on that one, just to kind of tell you what we've already seen so far. It says Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across this warned area. Up to 2 inches have been estimated to have already fallen, and additional rainfall amounts up to 2 inches are forecast. So flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Like we've been looking at all these traffic cameras, you can see there's already at the very least ponding on the roadways, but I think that as this heavy rain continues to pour over the same areas, we will see an increasing problem with flooding and therefore making it dangerous on the roadway. So stay put if you can. That's always the best bet to keep yourself safe, is by staying off of the roads. But if you do have to get out and about, of course, we'll keep you covered here on streaming. And we've got Texas Weather Live that starts at 3:30, so we will have you through a good chunk of the afternoon. But if you're looking for live radar at any other point, we'll be on our Fox 4 weather app or our social media pages. You can always check live radar there in the event of storms. Always a good idea to check in on the weather before you hit the roads, and you can see how dark the skies are starting to get now. It's the top of your 3 o'clock hour. A lot of cars already on the roadways. But it looks like no rain actively falling there, but you can see the trail of that rain getting kicked up as they're spawning on the roadways that these cars are driving through. So something that will definitely be an increasing issue. And I do think we could potentially be seeing some more flash flood warnings issued across the area in the coming hours.
So to reiterate, we only have one warning that's currently in effect, and that's our flash flood warning that encompasses eastern and southeastern parts of Denton County and western southwest Collin County. Everything else is below severe limits. We're monitoring a couple of stronger cells right now in Tarrant County that have seen hail cores pulse up to the size of nickels at times. Sometimes we have seen dimes and a lot of lightning as these storms continue to head to the east and southeast. Now, embedded storms within our broken line could take on more of a northeasterly trajectory. We've seen that. Especially near the Fort Worth area, that one cell that we have showed you, the hail core within is actually taking on more of a northeasterly trajectory. So if you don't mind, Adam, I think let's take a quick break. We'll leave radar up and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, welcome back. If you're just now joining us on fox4news.com or watching us on Fox Local, thanks for being with us. It is right around 3:05, and we are tracking a broken line of showers and storms continuing to head to the south and east along our much anticipated cold front. So just to reiterate what we're watching right now, there is one flash flood warning that's in place encompassing southern and southeastern parts of Denton County and southwest Collin County, but the National Weather Service now saying that they're going to go ahead and issue another flash flood warning for parts of Tarrant and northwest Dallas County. I'm not surprised by this. They're saying that several rain gauges have shown anywhere from 3/4 of an inch to an inch of rain in 15 minutes just west of downtown Fort Worth. That is very heavy rain in a short period of time. So I'm actually going to zoom on in to that one area where we have seen a hail core pulse up and pulse back down. Adam, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and switch to weather 2. And as we kind of pop up our hail sizes here, gosh, where did it go? There we go. Let's see that hail core not looking nearly as impressive, maybe pea-sized up to dimes, and that's basically it. So that's going to be just to the west of downtown Fort Worth. But as I pop radar back up here and I show you our radar estimated rainfall rate, yeah, that is a high estimation there based on radar. Again, this is radar indicated. That is a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time. And anytime we see those rainfall rates approach 3 to 4 inches an hour, that's indicative of some significant rain that could contribute to some flooding. So that is why the National Weather Service, watching the same cell that I'm showing you here on your screen, going ahead and deciding to issue another flash flood warning. So if we put our radar in loop one more time, pop up some lightning here. Lightning is going to be another one of the main threats associated with these cells as they continue to, again, remain sub-severe. So storms are below severe limits, but continue to head to the south and east. So a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time up in southeastern parts of Denton County, and we're still seeing a lot of rain over those inundated areas already. Let me go ahead and pause this and read you the details here on our flash flood warning. Again, this is going to be for eastern and southeast Denton County and western and southwest Collin County until 6 o'clock this evening. I wouldn't be surprised if that is allowed to expire early, unless these storms really continue to move very slowly. They're not moving too fast at this point. Our front continues out ahead of this broken line of storms, which is good news for our severe threat. But it looks like, as I zoom on in, now we're going to take a look at our newest flash flood warning that was just issued from the National Weather Service. So I'm going to go ahead and highlight this here on your screen. This is going to include far northwestern parts of Dallas County and the majority of Tarrant County, where again, those pockets of very heavy rain have been ongoing. So I'm going to read you straight from the National Weather Service our newest flash flood warning for northwest Dallas County and north central Texas and Tarrant County and north central Texas is in effect until 6:15 this evening. At 3:06, Doppler radar and automatic rain gauges indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen. An additional 1 to 2 inches of rain is in the forecast. Flash flooding is ongoing or is expected to begin shortly. So that's going to be flooding of small creeks, streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas, namely in construction zones and those spots, you know them, where you live, those spots that typically flood easily, you are going to want to avoid that. Again, we say this saying a lot during the springtime months, but turn around, do not drown. If you cannot see the road in front of you underneath water, that is your sign to turn around. That can become very dangerous very quickly. So again, here is our latest flash flood warning. It was just issued from the National Weather Service. So if we go ahead and take that off and zoom back out, you can see that broken line of storms continuing behind our cold front. I've said this often over the last, 45 minutes or so that we have been in here. And anytime our cold front is out ahead of the line of storms, that helps with severity of storms. And I say that helps because storms are going to struggle to produce what are called updrafts behind our cold front. If we don't have that lift and energy associated with the front, behind the cold front. We are sitting in slightly more stable air. However, there could still be some instability above the surface that could contribute to some hail cores upwards of, I don't know, pocket change sized hail. We could see a couple of rogue warnings even behind the front, but the area to watch through the rest of this evening is going to be out ahead of the front. Yes, we are dealing with fairly heavy rain, lightning, some gusty winds, and hail cores that continue to pulse up and pulse back down behind the front, but out ahead of it, that is going to be your untouched stable air. I'm going to show you some temperatures now, as we do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings. We just have a couple of flash flood warnings in place. Look how much we've fallen in the last 30, 45 minutes. Again, out ahead of the front, temperatures well into those 80s. Behind it, that cooler air finally filtering in, now impacting Greenville, Sulphur Springs, extending up towards the Red River, Lamar County, Paris behind the front. Cleburne is currently behind the front, as well as Stephenville and Comanche. Comanche in the last 45 minutes was reporting temperatures in the mid-90s. So that is a significant drop. Finally, some rain-cooled air. We're seeing the impacts of the front. The big airport currently sitting at 70 degrees. Fort Worth is sitting at 61. Berkeley, do you want to take a closer look maybe at the coming days and what we could see?
Yeah, Adam, if you would switch over to 3. So obviously the immediate focus is the storm's ongoing as the front rolls through, but we've got a rain chance every single day of the 7-day forecast. Now here's the good news. Today's really the only day we're watching for severe weather. As we head through the week, it will be active, but we expect sub-severe rain and rumbles to move through the area. So first, I'll just start with today. I'll get you a look at our Futurecast just to kind of walk you through an idea of what we expect to unfold over the coming hours. So again, most of the heavier bands coming through the Metroplex as we speak, they are set to move off to the south and east through the evening tonight. I do think we could find activity lingering as late as about 8 o'clock, but once we get the sun to set, we will lose a lot of energy, and then we'll be well into that post-frontal, more stable air mass where there's just not a very conducive environment to producing any more storms through the evening. However, the exception is we will keep eyes off to the south and west through the evening to see if a little disturbance tries to work some showers our way. This particular version of our Futurecast says not so much. Our other high-resolution model says there's a chance. So we are going to be watching it closely. Like Kylie said earlier, about 30% coverage is what we are expecting through the overnight tonight. So it's not for everybody, but it is something that I do think we could see a few stronger storms from. Now, beyond that, that's when things start to wind down. So I want to get you just a look at our storm chances, our rain chances rather, as we move through the week. Tonight, we'll drop coverage pretty quickly behind the front. Tomorrow, especially in the morning, we will watch for some scattered showers. Thursday is really the next day to watch, not in terms of severe weather, but in terms of that flood threat. So our boundary that we're watching today is going to stall off to our east and southeast. That's what keeps showers in the forecast through midweek. And then we expect more widespread rain to move in as the disturbance moves overhead Thursday. So we'll round out the week in a pretty soggy fashion. And I think most of us find rain. And again, we already have a lot of saturation on our soils, obviously ongoing. So adding any more rain to that just causes concern for flooding. So that's the biggest thing to watch after today is Thursday. Expecting quite a bit of rain to fall across the area, and we'll keep rain chances going. Unfortunately, it is going to coincide with Memorial Day weekend, so if you have plans that are taking you out and about, know that we are expecting some active weather. Friday looks like we could find some isolated coverage. I do not think it is rain for most of us, though. So that's good news if you're starting your plans early for the long weekend. But by Saturday into Sunday, that is when our next disturbance moves through, and I expect coverage to increase. So if you have plans this weekend, don't cancel them just yet, but just something to keep on your radar and know that you may have to pivot, maybe move them inside, because I expect at the very least a couple rounds of scattered showers to move in and out of the area Saturday into Sunday. That's kind of the rain side of the forecast. Yeah. Just a quick check of temperatures just to kind of tell you what this front is doing. Yes, we've seen a dramatic drop off today, but that cooler air really not going to impact us a ton. We'll stay below average tomorrow and Thursday, and Thursday with the additional cloud cover and rain overhead. That's the best day temperature-wise for us, 78. We'll try to stay shy of 80, but we'll rebound back into the weekend. So the thing with Friday is although you may not see a rain, in fact, we've got 20% coverage, it will likely feel pretty warm and muggy out there ahead of our next bigger disturbance that moves in this weekend. And we'll see temperatures slowly cool back down into the low 80s, which close to seasonable for this time of year. But it is another week of active weather. Thankfully today, really the only big severe risk for North Texas.
Let's go ahead and take a look back at weather 2. I have a little arrow here on the screen to show you where our cold front is. So we've showed you the cold front as far as temperatures go, and this is that thin little green line that is our front, which still is showing you that all of this activity on radar is ongoing behind our cold front. And like I've mentioned several times over the last 45 minutes, that is good news for the potential for strong to severe storms. Now we're taking a look up in Denton County. This is going to be 35E and FM 1171. Again, poor drainage areas with a lot of construction still ongoing. That's going to be the Main Street area in Louisville. And you can see traffic still moving along nicely, but notice the side roads. I mean, we're seeing ponding on the roadways just visually from our camera shot. So if you have to be out and about, especially in our flash flood warned areas, let's take another look at that real quick. We have 2 flash flood warnings that are currently in place. One for the majority of Tarrant County. The heaviest rain right now is ongoing just over downtown Fort Worth, just to the north of downtown Fort Worth and approaching the North Richland Hills, HEB area. And then far northwest Dallas County, we're looking at some heavier rain. That is going to be north of Irving, north of Las Colinas, basically right along and just outside of the 635 loop near the Carolton area. So that's going to be far northern parts of Dallas County, also under that flash flood warning until 6:15 this evening. So let's go a little bit farther to the north where our next flash flood warning is still in place. Let me go ahead and get the details on this for you. Yes, this flash flood warning in place until 6 o'clock tonight. The heaviest rain right now in this flash flood warned area is going to be basically right west of the tollway, extending from Hebron Parkway all the way up to 121. Very heavy rain near the Star in Frisco. Up towards Little Elm, we're looking at more moderate rainfall, but then a little bit farther to the south. So that's going to be just east of I-35E. This is before 35E and 35W merge. That's basically what we're looking there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's going to be the Garden Ridge area. So just north of that 1171 Louisville exit. This is where we're starting to see some slower traffic, and rightfully so, as some pretty heavy rain has moved through there in the last 30 minutes. But again, the heaviest rain extending from Carolton, Trinity Mills, all the way up towards the Colony, the Star in Frisco, all the way up towards Frisco, UT Dallas. We're starting to see some moderate rain extending down towards Richardson, up towards Plano. Right along Highway 75, again, very active this time of day. Just take it easy. Outside of the warned area near Lucas and Parker, extending on down towards Wiley, even up a little bit farther to the north and northeast, the Gunner area, the Anna area, we're looking at lighter rain at this point. So again, Melissa, you are out of that warned area. Salina, you're out of that warned area. Just looking at more light to moderate rainfall activity. Lucas, you're starting to see some pockets of very heavy rain as well as down in Wiley. I'm taking a look right now at the National Weather Service chat. No significant updates at the moment. As we move a little bit farther to the south, kind of show you what's going on in Tarrant County, where some of those stronger cells that we've been keeping an eye on, these do not look as impressive as they even did 30 minutes ago with that potential for hail. Dallas County is still fairly quiet. We're just seeing some of those run-of-the-mill thunderstorms approach the Las Colinas area up towards Addison and Carrollton in northern parts of Dallas County, but downtown Dallas over the next few hours, or over the next, I would say, hour or two, we'll likely see some of that heavier rain. Now, if we take a wider view of radar, a couple of cells popping up behind the front down in Johnson County, Somerville County, that's going to be east of the Glen Rose area, basically right along Highway 67, a couple of those heavier showers. Our southern tier of counties are pretty quiet right now. Bosque, Hill County, few lingering showers in eastern parts of Navarro County and northwest Freestone County. Anderson County, Henderson County, looking at some light showers that are continuing. Farther to the north and east, I'm going to zoom on in closer to Hopkins County and Hunt County, where we're seeing some heavier rain. Again, this is not under a flash flood warning, but this is a lot of rain in a short period of time. Again, some pockets of heavier rain continuing, likely quite a bit of lightning ongoing within these cells as well. I'm putting on our lightning tracker to show you how many lightning strikes we've seen in a short period of time. That will continue to be one of the greatest threats as these cells continue to head in. Berkeley?
Yeah, we're also streaming on Facebook right now. So if you're watching through Fox Local or the website, if you want to ask any questions about the weather today, please, we'd love to answer them for you. The best way to do that is by joining us on our Fox 4 News Facebook page. We have a live stream going up. You can just comment in the live chat, which we have gotten some. So I'm going to spend a few minutes here just answering those questions before potentially we take another quick break. So just a couple questions. A lot of them are about the Metroplex because that is where we are actively seeing storms move in. And again, where we've got those flash flood warnings in place. So first, just a couple people noting, I mentioned this is not rush hour, but that they are headed out to pick up the kids from school. Definitely coinciding with pickup time for sure. Almost 3:30 now in the heart of the storm system moving through the Metroplex, not ideal. So we've been saying this for the past hour now. If you have to get on the roads, take it slow out there because we've already seen, now this is the third flash flood warning issued for the day, signifying a lot of heavy rain falling. I also saw someone saying we needed this rain. Absolutely, we did need this rain. But when you get a lot of rain all at once, it's too much for the soils to handle. It's certainly too much for the concrete, the pavement, the streets to handle, which is why we're seeing a lot of ponding and at this point flooding now into parts of the Metroplex. And we've been showing you traffic cameras, just further evidence of that. So that's just saying, take it slow if you are planning on getting on the roads and know that we expect things to be active in the Metroplex for at least the next hour or two. Okay, let me see some questions. Someone asking about Sherman. So let me take you up there along our Red River counties where most of the activity kicked off there. That was kind of our initiation point where things kind of just rolled in early this morning, and we've seen rain on and off through parts of Grayson, Cook, Fannin counties all morning long. More of the same, but you can see that the stronger storms, the higher reflectivities where we've got these reds and yellows forming, that is well to your south. So as far as Sherman is concerned, the only thing I'm really going to keep my eyes on in terms of seeing some rumbles move back in is this little disturbance that looks like it's firing off some more storms north of the Red River along 35 there on the east side of Ardmore. I do think that this will miss you off to the east as it tries to hold together and moves off to the south and east. So as far as folks in Sherman, which let me, Callan McKenzie asking about Sherman, Texas. You're a severe weather threat, really. You're well behind the front. You're going to see stable air start to filter in. In fact, maybe I can get you a temperature really quick just to kind of further reiterate the point that stable air moving in. So you're a severe weather threat really coming to an end for the day, but you could still see some rain moving in over the next hour or so. And again, keep an eye on Oklahoma for another kind of push of maybe a heavier pocket of rain or two. Sherman, your temperature is 66 now. You're looking good, especially in comparison to our far south and eastern counties that are still in the upper 80s. I mean, Meridian's at 88, Hillsboro's at 86, Waxahachie's at 84. But if you look just behind that, look how drastic the difference is now that that front has ushered in cooler and more stable air. DFW now down to 70. At one point this afternoon, right around noon, we were at 88. Fort Worth hit 90 today. So we saw kind of some compressional heating as the front moved in and then some quick, rapid dropping in the temperatures as well. Let me see if we've got any more questions. Asking when this will clear out of Tarrant County. Okay, I'm going to put radar back up. We'll do a little bit of a track, but I'm going to do something different with the track. I'm going to put the track on the backside of where the storms currently are, meaning this is when we anticipate they will exit your area. And that's not to say we can't see some scattered back building beyond this main cluster, but in terms of the heaviest bands, this gives us an idea of when it will clear out of the county. So we're going to focus just on Tarrant County here, and that was Nisi Sandberg. I apologize if I'm saying these wrong, but asks when the storms will clear out of Tarrant County. So I'm going to zoom in here again, you are currently under a flash flood warning. So that's kind of the most immediate concern for Tarrant County is the rainfall and the accumulations, the ponding. But I'm going to put a little storm track on the backside of this. Now it's kind of tricky here because this is far from a uniform or organized line, but just the cluster as a whole, the furthest back to the west I can go, and that'll kind of bring it through White Settlement and Benbrook, and we'll pull it southeast at about, I think these storms are still moving about 25 miles per hour. Okay. So when this will, oh, I didn't even make it. Let me redraw that. I'm sorry, that was my fault. Here we go, pulling it back. Okay. We'll go through Mansfield on the south corner there. Okay, so this is when it will clear your area. So not when it arrives, but when we can expect it to move out, because I've drawn the storm track on the back side, the far western side of this cluster. So it is 3:25 now. In the next 10 minutes, this should clear out of the stockyards, move through the middle parts of Fort Worth by 3:38, North Richland Hills 3:50, Arlington 4:08, DFW 4:16, and then it clears into Dallas County from there. Again, estimation, but gives you an idea of when the heaviest rain clears your area. So for Tarrant County, just to kind of do the county as a whole, I'd say closer to the top of the 4 o'clock hour, 4:15. Next 30, 45 minutes, you can expect the heaviest rain to be to the east of your area at that point.
I have zoomed in on Weather 2 on a little cell down in Johnson County. So this is going to be just to the west of Rio Vista, basically right along FM 16 or 916, I believe is what that says. Now, this is radar estimated, and oftentimes we see our radar overestimate these hail cores, but there is one little core that has popped up that is looking a little bit more impressive, potentially larger than the size of quarters. But notice in that last scan, it just came down. So this is the exact definition of what it means for a hail core to pulse up and pulse back down. Now, likely the size of Nichols ongoing just to the west of Highway 174, embedded within this hail core. So this is why the National Weather Service can't be too quick to pull the trigger in an atmosphere such as this on a severe thunderstorm warning, even though it looks like, okay, that core might have produced hail up to the size of quarters for about 5 minutes or so. Because the hail core came down so fast, it is not indicative of severe warned hail cores. There's another little core, that is popping up. This is going to be just south of Garden Acres. That is going to be north of Burleson, right along 35W in Tarrant County. Also looking like hail up to the size of dimes, maybe up to the size of nickels that are ongoing. And that, again, is basically right along I-35W in southern Tarrant County. So a couple of these cells still producing some small hail. We have said this all day today, but the main threats associated with these storms behind our cold front is going to be the potential for some gusty winds, as well as pocket change sized hail, pockets of heavy rain, and a lot of lightning. So let's throw up that lightning one more time. We'll take a closer look there. Yeah, a lot of lightning ongoing, and my computer is freaking out, so excuse me for a second. But as we zoom on in to this one stronger cell in southern Tarrant County that continues to produce a lot of rain in a short period of time, check out how much lightning is ongoing. When thunder roars, again, you know it, go indoors. With a lot of lightning, again, being reported within these storms, that'll continue to be one of the greatest threats as they continue to head to the south and east. So I showed you just a second ago where our cold front is. Let me pull up my arrow and I'll show you one more time. But yes, our little front is still heading to the south and east, out ahead of this broken line of storms, which is good as far as the potential for severe weather is concerned. Anytime we see storm development behind our cold front, that is losing the energy from the front, and storms should stay on the tamer side than if they were to develop right along the cold front or out ahead of the front. Now, that being said, we still could see some redevelopment especially across untouched parts of North Texas. But as this front continues to head in, I mean, now those storms in northern Bosque County and in Johnson County are behind the front. So that's going to now be across far southwestern parts of our viewing area. So I think if we see some redevelopment, it likely will be on the tamer side, likely stay sub-severe. And then for areas to the south and east that still remain untouched in the more humid air, we'll have to monitor closely as we head into the next couple of hours or so. And then we'll likely start to see a little bit of a break from showers and thunderstorms after sunset. Maybe towards 8, 9 o'clock, we start to see radar quiet down slightly. So a couple of flash flood warnings that are still in place. One that encompasses the majority of Tarrant County. I am going to take the lightning off so you can see a little bit better. This also encompasses northwestern parts of Dallas County, and I am in agreement on this. I mean, we have seen some fairly high rainfall rates associated with some of these stronger cells. Right now, we're looking at some pretty heavy rain approaching the Irving area, approaching the tollway in northern Dallas County. If you're on the tollway, I would expect to see some of that heavier rain in the next 30 minutes or so. And then eventually we will see these cells move a little bit farther to the south across downtown Dallas. So we'll take, again, this warning box off. That is our current flash flood warning with one more flash flood warning that is still, I mean, looking impressive as far as these rainfall rates are concerned across southeast Denton County. Because we haven't seen very fast movement out of these storms, that creates more of a flood threat. When you have what's called training, which is just, it's continuing to rain on top of already saturated soils as these cells continue to move on top of one another. As they move out, another cell is quickly recycling and taking its place, which is why we've seen some of those heavier showers. So that flash flood warning in western Collin County and southwest Collin County in effect until 6 o'clock this evening.
One of the things that Kylie was talking about is just how much lightning there is. And I've put our little lightning counter up on Weather 3 just to kind of try to get a count and estimation of how many strikes we're seeing. And right now, looks like estimating over 700 strikes in the past 10 minutes. So while these are not technically severe storms, they are still impactful and potentially dangerous storms. Kylie mentioned this earlier: when thunder roars, go indoors, turn around, don't drown. I know that these sayings may seem a little cliche or maybe overdone, but they are redundant because they're important. We say these over and over because we want you to pay attention to the fact that while you don't see a severe polygon necessarily on these storms, they're still impactful, especially when they're moving into the heart of the Metroplex as people get on the roadways. Right now, it's school pickup time for a lot of folks. If you're getting ready to go on the roads, know that if you're in the Metroplex, especially right now for Tarrant County and then parts of Collin County, you are going to encounter heavy rain. You're also going to see a lot of lightning strikes. So staying inside, your best bet to staying safe this afternoon and evening. We are thankful to not see much severe weather, but we also are getting some reports of small hail. There's one in the Facebook chat right now from Christopher Baumgartner, says we have nickel to quarter-sized hail here in South Fort Worth at my work off of I-35 and Garden Acres. That's the little core Kylie's been watching. Pulse up, pulse back down. Severe criteria, the baseline that we call it, it is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, which is about an inch in diameter. So pocket change size or pea-sized hail for the most part is not going to warrant a warning, but I like to say it is still impactful. So still something that we're going to be watching until we can clear this entire cluster out, which again for Tarrant County, I think we see that move out by the time we get to 4:15 or so, next 30, 45 minutes, and then that moves into Dallas County. And it's been relatively slow moving, which is why the flood concern continues to build on itself. So we'll have to see how these storms act as they move further downstream, further to the south and east, to see if I do think we could find another flash flood warning issued across parts of Dallas County that are not included in the warning for the time being, because it doesn't really look like these rainfall rates are coming down all that much. as they continue to slowly move to the south and east. I think that's really the biggest problem, is the motion of these storms taking their time moving through the area, just dumping a lot of rain all at once. So we will likely see more of this. I think that's going to be our biggest problem as we move into the afternoon and evening. And then we've been saying this, once we can get the sun to set 8 o'clock or so, that's when I think we see a lot of this quiet down really quickly. I do want to check in on temperatures again, because I mean, we watched over 45 minutes or so Comanche go from 95 degrees to, let's see where they sit now. Comanche's at 73, much better. So you can see how quickly the front impacts stuff and kind of cuts off the instability, the warmth that these storms need to maintain themselves, which is why we think the severe threat is pretty low once this front continues to move out. And now that the front has outpaced these storms, that's good news for us in terms of watching severe weather, not really inhibiting the ability for us to produce rain, though. Still very much a moisture-rich environment, which is why these storms are able to just dump rain as they move in. So something that I think the Metroplex mostly will be dealing with for the next hour or so, and then we'll see how they behave as they move off to the south and east. It looks like we have a drive cam right now, and this is
Euless.
So you can see windshield wipers definitely needed today, and increasing following distance, key component in taking the roadways today, because you can see how much that moisture is kicked up from the tires and the cars in front of you, and how much longer it's going to take for your car to be able to come to a complete stop when even the smallest amount of water is on the roadways, especially mixing with all the oil and all the dirt and everything else we've accumulated. It's going to be slick out there, regardless of if you're under the flash flood warning or not. Roadways will be impacted by even the smallest amount of rain as they move through North Texas for really the rest of the afternoon and into the evening tonight.
On Weather 2, I have zoomed in on a severe thunderstorm warning that is outside of our viewing area, but still of note because it is basically right along our cold front. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning. Notice our viewing area starts at Comanche County, Mills County, just to the south of Brown County, where this current severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 4:30 this evening for hail up to the size of quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So this is definitely one of the strongest cells on the tail end of this storm system. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and zoom back out so you can see just how far, well, that's a little far, just how far this line extends, with a couple more warnings still west of San Angelo. That front, again, slowly making its way to the south and east, will eventually help these disturbances come down in intensity. But what we are more concerned with, obviously, across the immediate Metroplex over the next hour or two, when a lot of folks are going to be leaving work, we're still looking at a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time for areas east and southeast of downtown Fort Worth. Northwest Tarrant County, you are in the clear. We're looking at just a couple of light, spotty showers remaining. Northwest Denton County, you are starting to see more of a drying trend set up. Collin County, you're still kind of right there along the front, or just behind the front, but along our broken line of storms, where we've seen some of these moderate to even heavy rain showers continue. Dallas County still fairly quiet. Now we're starting to see some of those heavier showers creep into western and northwestern parts of Dallas County. And then farther to the east and southeast, those run-of-the-mill thunderstorms are continuing. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come back, I want to take a closer look at what we can expect to see through the rest of this evening and throughout our active weather week. Welcome back to Texas Weather Live. We are showing you a shot of some pretty ominous clouds from North Richland Hills. That's going to be in Tarrant County. Thanks to Shenandoah for sending these in. Yeah, this is likely the leading edge or the back edge of a thunderstorm. Now we're looking at Fort Worth, where sure enough, this is likely in that flash flood warned area where ponding on the roads is creating some significant issues. Cars still trying to drive through some of that standing water. We would not recommend that. Your vehicle can stall out easily. This is going to be Bryant Irvin and Camp Bowie, again, in the Fort Worth area, likely near downtown, near the TCU campus. Yeah, I mean, this is one of our greatest concerns with these storms, as we have seen a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time. With the fact that these cells are very slow moving, that can create some significant problems. I believe we have one more picture. Now we're looking at downtown Dallas, kind of an ominous shot here too. We are waiting on this edge of showers and storms, and it really is looking more like an edge right now across far northwestern parts of Dallas County. So we are looking towards the leading edge of that line of storms, which over the last 15 minutes or so starting to form more of a line, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see some gusty winds out of this. Not seeing a lot of hail activity at the moment, but there will be a lot of heavy rain in a short period of time, which is why I also wouldn't be surprised if we see the National Weather Service extend that flash flood warning to include more of Dallas County, as again we are approaching some very active time frames on the roads. So again, this is a closer look at the immediate Metroplex. If we put radar in loop, you can see how it looks as if these cells have caught up to our front. So as the front continues to be a little bit farther ahead, I'm not still impressed with the potential for a significant severe threat, but we could see these storms strengthen slightly over the next hour or so, just based on the fact that that line is slowly catching up to our slow-moving cold front. I believe we have a trivia question for those of you who are watching on Fox Local and are on fox4news.com. Oh,
Hopefully you didn't see that.
Hopefully you didn't see our answer.
If you did, don't participate, okay?
Yeah.
But we are technically now into Texas Weather Live, so we wanted to take a minute just from radar to go back to what we normally do, which is our TWWL trivia question of the day. And since today is a day full of lightning, we thought it would be appropriate to stay on theme here. So the question today is, what is the record for the longest lightning strike in the United States? And how about this? If you saw the answer, tell me where this occurred, okay?
Good one.
Where did this occur? The starting point and the ending point of this strike. And a little fun tidbit about this particular question is that this storm system that caused this strike happened, I believe it was 2017, but the record wasn't official until last August when they did some kind of archival investigation of the strikes when they had more data in. And that was when the record officially stood for the longest strike in the United States. So comment on our Facebook. I've posted it already, or you can send us an email. How long was the strike, and bonus points? Where did it occur? Starting point, ending point of this strike that was from a storm system in 2017. Again, we will answer that toward the end of the show, which we've got about 16 more minutes. Until then, we'll continue coverage with the active weather that is ongoing in the Metroplex here on Fox Local. And then, of course, meteorologist Kylie Capps getting ready for the 4 o'clock now. So she's going to head out, and then she'll have you covered the rest of the afternoon, 4 to 5. And then Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry has you through the evening tonight. But I'm going to sit tight with you here until 4 o'clock because we've got active weather on the radar, and we want to make sure we keep you up to date every step of the way. So now we're moving back. If we could switch to weather 3 and just kind of recapping, if you're just joining us, the more immediate concern here, it's the flood threat. That's what we're seeing. You can see our traffic cams now. There is a lot water on the cameras, on our drive cam. And there's also a lot of ponding on the roadways. This spot not looking so bad, but we had the one view from, I believe it was Camp Bowie, and there was significant ponding on the roadways there. So this is a look now as we get a little peaks of sunshine there on the horizon. Kylie mentioned that our storm system now kind of catching up with our front, which means we could see some intensification here in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. For now, everything's subsevere. And then we've got flash flood warnings that are in effect for parts of Collin, Denton, Dallas, and Tarrant County. So kind of just details. We're going to start on the northern warning here for Collin, Denton County. That is in effect until 6 o'clock. I'm going to read you the specifics straight from the National Weather Service just to give you an update again for anybody that is just joining us. So we've got radar and automated rain gauges indicating thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Up to 1 inch of rain has fallen, and an additional 1 to 2 inches is forecast. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. We've already seen videos sent in of flooding on roadways, especially in Tarrant County, where we've seen really slow moving cluster of storms dump a lot of rain all at once over the same areas. The impacts the National Weather Service also warns about flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. You know where you live. You know the normal trouble spots, the places to avoid when it rains heavily. That's going to be your best bet to staying safe today. We've got it's 3:46 now, pick up for school, and then we're getting ready to get into rush hour as well. Looks like maybe we've got an accident.
Yeah, Berkeley, this is at I-35E and FM 1171. That's in the Louisville area.
Okay.
Looks like we have a car facing backwards and a wrecker headed that way.
Okay, so just reiterating, like Adam just said, I-35E and FM 1171. Oh, looks like there's a wrecker already. That car must have hit a patch of water, hit a ponding spot, taken it too fast through there, spun out, and looks like they might have hit the concrete wall there. Obviously, horrible to see, but hoping everybody's okay as that wrecker starts to load up the car. But that area likely slow moving as they try to clear off that accident. And just a further warning that it does not take much water on the roadways to cause problems, as we're already unfortunately seeing come to fruition. And as the roadways get busier through the next hour, 2 hours, I unfortunately assume that that will be an increasing issue. So to limit your chance of getting in the mess on the roadways today, stay off of them if you can, but also if you have to get out, take it slow, increase your following distance. All the golden rules we always talk about when it rains, especially in the heart of the Metroplex during rush hour. It's a recipe for some messy roadways. So keep yourself safe, take it slow out there, and always a good idea to check in on radar before you head out, even if that takes you this evening. You're heading out. I expect these storms to be lingering until we can get the sun to set closer to 8 o'clock tonight. So let's do a little bit of a radar recap there as these kind of start to organize a little bit more. I'm going to put a loop over the past 2 hours just to kind of show you this cluster organizing a little bit better and trying to catch up with the front here. So this is a loop. I'm going to zoom out a little bit of these storms over the past 2 hours as they have moved into the Metroplex, and they started a little bit more disorganized. I'm even going to go 3 hours back just to kind of show you the evolution of these storms. You can see how broken they were initially as they moved in. I'm just going to take this frame by frame here. Before we saw these flash flood warnings issued. And then we even saw this kind of break apart as it moved into the northwestern corner of Tarrant County, and then reorganizing, joining up together with the northern cell there. And then now as they approach the front, it's forming more of a congealed, more organized line. What I want to do, because I'm seeing a lot of lightning now around DFW, Las Colinas. I don't know if we've gotten, or out of Love Field, rather, not DFW. I don't know if there's any updates from the airport. I could see this being an issue impacting travelers right now. But I want to quickly look at hail and see if we're finding anything. Okay, so we go a little bit further to the south there between Grand Prairie and Irving along I-30, and it looks like the George Bush Tollway. You can see the little gray flecks starting to pop up. It's better if I put this in motion. You can see these trying to kind of come together, even a little bit more impressive off to the north here for Farmers Branch, Las Colinas area. I'm going to zoom out just a smidge so you can get both of these hail clusters. So if I loop this, this is 325, then we get into 330, and these have kind of just hovered over the same area. These storms slow moving, which, yes, we've talked about the concern for flooding, obviously, but also now hail potentially popping up and watching this, but start to produce, looks like subsevere for the time being, but if these catch up to the front, they could intensify just a little bit. Sorry, Adam.
No, Berkeley, you asked about the flights. Right now, we're seeing at Dallas-Fort Worth an average delay of 41 minutes, Love Field 31 minutes, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport leading the nation in cancellations, more than 200 flight cancellations.
Wow.
More than 340 flight delays. Dallas Love Field also up there, 118 flight delays. That's a third, one out of every 3 flights going in and out of Dallas Love Field, out of Love Field has been delayed.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, I mean, these are moving right into the heart of the Metroplex now. So you can see the leading edge about to run into Love Field. So unfortunately, that number probably going to tick up in the coming hour or so. We've seen weather impact flights all over the nation already this week, and it's only Tuesday. I just caught a flight actually yesterday back, and one of my friends flying to Kansas City had her flight delayed because of weather impacting that area. So as this storm season continues to ramp up, obviously travel impacted. And we talked about the roadways. Now we're seeing that come to fruition for both Love Field and DFW leading the nation.
There's DFW for you.
Here's a look at a DFW. I mean, even visibility reduced with this rain as it moves in. If we could take it full, maybe just to see a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, you can see the tower there, air traffic control. If we can't see very well, they can't either. So that's going to be a problem for flights to get out. And also, camera is shaking. I'm going to look at wind gust just to see kind of as this system rolls in to Dallas County, how we're doing in terms of gusts from the airport sensor specifically. Just because that camera looked a little shaky. It looks like 28 mile per hour gust, 35 mile per hour gust about 20 minutes ago. So, and now these winds have completely flipped. So we started the day with winds out of the south and southeast. Now they are out of the north and northwest. Evidence of the front arriving into parts of the Metroplex right now. So I'm going to zoom out, do a little bit of radar recap here, and we're getting close to the top of the 4 o'clock hour. And again, I'm going to have you covered until 4, and then I'm going to hand it off to Kylie. If you want to stay put, though, on Fox Local, you can watch our coverage for Fox 4 at 4 there, and we'll have you through the evening as well. This is a wider view. I'm going to put this in play over the last hour. I'm also going to put lightning on here because that, alongside the heavy rain, has been kind of the more immediate impact as these storms arrive into the Metroplex. So here is the last hour with rain and lightning for this storm system. I mean, you can see it's lighting up. They're every inch of this line that is now becoming more organized, kind of just covered in lightning. And that's more energy where I think we are likely finding small hail embedded in that system as well. I'm going to check in with the National Weather Service, see if they have anything else. Okay, they say we'll continue to watch these storms as they move east across the Metroplex. Their longevity and strength as they push east is more uncertain as this air mass is more stable with widespread rain that's been occurring most of the day today. So that's something that we watched kind of come to fruition first along the Red River is we saw storms fire off pretty early this morning, subsevere in nature, but enough to kind of work over the atmosphere and stabilize it, which has limited the severe threat for Red River counties. Where we've seen a little bit more activity is in the Metroplex, where it was kind of untouched, unstable air, where temperatures out of Fort Worth formed to 90 degrees at noon. Now they have cooled pretty significantly. So now as these storms move into a more stable air mass, they will have less energy to tap into, but they still have some energy. It's not a zero chance. It's just isolated, which again, good news here. Also, they're noting a bit of a stronger wind signature now showing up in these storms. They're likely elevated behind the cold front, so not expecting all of these winds to quite make it to the surface. But we could be seeing 40-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts across North Dallas County. And again, just kind of the shape of this line tells me that we will likely be seeing these winds kind of push out stronger gusts as the storms get their act together, though they are competing for energy. So when we see a more isolated supercellular threat where we get an isolated storm or two, it doesn't have a lot to compete with. That's where the bigger hail threat is, the bigger wind threat, and the threat for rotation. The good news with today's storm threat is we do have wind and small hail moving in, but because this is a cluster of storms that's been slow going, moving through the same area, we're not seeing a lot of isolation where these storms try to tap into clean air or unstable air where they're just kind of free range to intensify. These are slow moving where the biggest concern is just a lot of rain because it's a moisture rich environment. I mean, if you spent time outside yesterday or this afternoon, you know it was very humid. Now these storms taking advantage of that and producing a lot of rain. So what I want to do is put a quick storm track. We've got about 5 minutes left. I'm going to put a storm track, then we're going to answer the trivia question. And then by that point, we'll probably be handing things off to meteorologist Kylie Capps for the 4 o'clock show. So quick storm track, just kind of on the heart of these storms as they start to now stretch back into parts of Johnson County as well, where we're seeing no flash flood warnings for the time being, a lot of lightning though. And I imagine accumulation rates are starting to pick up. So these storms, as I mentioned, have been pretty slow moving, going off to the south and east at about 20, 25 miles per hour. So I'm going to go right on the leading edge of this, and then we're going to pull it out to the south and east, closer to 25. There we go. Okay, so estimation arrival time now for parts of North Texas. McKinney, 4:01. So that's the next 5 minutes. Dallas, downtown Dallas, 4:14, which we saw a really ominous look out of one of our tower cameras earlier that showed us the leading edge of the storm heading our way in darkening skies. Rowlett, 4:30. Rockwall, 4:39. Waxahachie, 4:56. So those are just a few spots that you can expect to find the heavier bands of rain, the lightning, and also likely seeing wind pick up here in the next 30 minutes to an hour as these storms try to catch up to the front. Now, on the flip side of the main line, we've got a cluster of disorganized showers moving across our eastern counties, and then way out to our east, not including our viewing area here in North Texas, there is a large polygon for severe warned storms. But that's not a concern for us for the time being, but this is all part of a larger complex of storms that does stretch back toward the big country and central and even West Texas that have prompted a couple different severe thunderstorm warnings so far this afternoon. Again, just recapping for us, no active severe thunderstorm warnings, but we do have 2 flash flood warnings in effect for parts of Tarrant and Dallas County. Okay, now I'm going to answer the trivia question, and I just want to quickly check Facebook to see if we got any answers. Obviously, it's an active weather day, so that is where the focus should be, but maybe people had time to answer the question today, if it did post even. Let's see. Okay, 3 comments. Here we go. All right, so the question, just to recap really quickly, what is the record for the longest lightning strike in the United States? I mentioned this was from a storm system in 2017, but the record became official last August after some surveys, kind of looking back at that storm. So Jeff Scoggins guessed 132 miles, and Mary guessed from Texas to Kansas. Okay, well, Mary is correct. It did strike from East Texas, just outside of North Texas, all the way up to Kansas City, which when we put that in distance, it is 515 miles. A very, very long lightning strike, which outdid the previous record by, I think it was over 35 miles. So significant strike, obviously, that occurred there. That's your trivia question of the day. I thought it was on theme because that has been something that's been consistent from start to finish so far today is a lot of lightning produced in these storms. So thank you to anybody that did answer. And congratulations, Mary, you got it right, from Texas to Kansas City. Okay, I think we're going to just leave radar looping here as we head for the top of your 4 o'clock hour. Kylie Capps is going to have you covered through the 4 o'clock show. If you want to stay put here on Fox Local, we'll have more coverage. And as active weather continues, Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry will also join us for continued coverage. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue to cover live radar, active weather across North Texas. And again, we'll keep you forewarned every step of the way.
More local news every day. You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
A cold front is bringing strong storms to our area. We are tracking the line of storms as some counties are already under flash flood warning. Hello, I'm Deanna Anglin. Thank you for joining us on Fox 4 at 4. We have crews keeping you forewarned of what it looks like outside on the roads right now. And a twist in what led up to the deadly shootings near Koreatown in Carolton earlier this month. How investigators say the shooter's wife actively helped in the killing. And discussions are ramping up again to either save or demolish the Dallas City Hall. Details on an expected proposal to fix the building and legal action if it's not. Well, strong storms are passing through North Texas, heading east as we speak. Already triggered flood warnings in parts of the Metroplex. Take a look at this video just shared with us from Fort Worth. This is Camp Bowie Boulevard and Bryant Irvin Road. You can see those cars still managing to drive through the high water on the road. Well, taking a live look at conditions out there right now, this is our drive cam entering Arlington along Interstate 30. Strong winds and small hail are impacting parts of North Texas. Fox 4 meteorologist Kylie Capps is here now with what the radar looks like.
Yeah, and Dion, just as you were tossing to me, it looks like we have one severe thunderstorm warning that popped up. So what I'm going to do first is talk about our flash flood warnings, and then I'll get the details on that flash flood warning. So, or on that severe thunderstorm warning. So basically, our line of storms has caught up to our cold front. So it's starting to look a little bit more impressive on radar. The leading edge capable of producing some high winds, potentially anywhere between 50 and 55 miles per hour. And then a little bit farther to the south and west, we're still seeing some of these hail cores pulse up and pulse back down. We've been seeing that over the last couple of hours. So two flash flood warnings currently in effect, and rightfully so. One that encompasses eastern and southeastern parts of Tarrant County. That one is in effect until 6:15 tonight, and then far northwestern and western parts of Dallas County included in that same flash flood warning. A little bit farther to the north, another flash flood warning is currently in effect for parts of Collin County. And again, that is in place until 6 o'clock this evening. So I'm actually going to take those flash flood warnings off and take a closer look at the details on this current severe thunderstorm warning. My guess at this point is that this is in effect for the potential for some higher winds along the leading edge of our cold front. So again, right now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This does encompass northern and northeastern parts of Dallas County and far southern parts of Collin County. This is in effect until 5 o'clock this afternoon for the potential for hail just under the diameter of quarters. So that's going to be 0.75 inches in diameter and winds up to about 60 miles per hour. So what we've seen on these as this line of storms is caught up with our cold front along the leading edge, those winds are starting to look a little bit more impressive. So as we zoom on out on radar and put this in motion, you can see the trajectory of this line of storms. Again, one severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 5 o'clock as this cell across northern parts of Dallas County moves to the east very slowly, only moving at about 10 miles per hour. This does include the University Park area, Garland, all the way up to UTD. Carolton, you are out of the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Irving. But again, some small hail and the potential for some higher winds along the leading edge of this new severe thunderstorm warning in place until 5 o'clock this afternoon. I'll have a closer look at the extended forecast, and we'll do another radar tour in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Kylie. We'll check back in a bit. The wife of a man charged with capital murder after a shooting spree in Carolton 2 weeks ago is in jail in Minnesota. She, too, now charged with murder. 67-year-old A. Sun Han, police say, assisted her husband in carrying out violence against people he accused of duping him out of thousands of dollars and not keeping their end of the business deal. Fox 4's Sean Rabb joins us now with more. Sean.
Yeah, and that new reporting based on this, the arrest affidavit for Asan Han says that she actively participated in at least one of the murders, and that by her actions, it was her intent to be part of the potential deaths of others. Her being charged, arrested, certainly something that no one in the Korean community in Carolton expected or saw coming.
And it surprised all of us.
A surprising twist in the shootings across Carolton's Korean community 2 weeks ago that took 2 lives and wounded 3 others. Asan Han, the 67-year-old wife of the man charged with capital murder, Sung-ho Han, is now charged with aiding her husband's violent acts and murder.
It's additional sad news when you hear that the couple actually were involved in this tragic event.
Asan Han was arrested with the help of U.S. Marshals in Minnesota. We don't know when or how she left North Texas. An arrest affidavit says the wife first denied knowing anything about what happened, and then, before she stopped talking to investigators, admitted knowing Sung had been scammed out of $75,000 and that she knew that Sung had killed people. The affidavit details what the wife police say did and what survivors of the shooting told detectives she said. Cell phone data put the husband and wife together at the time of the shootings. First, at the K-Town shopping mall, where 4 people were shot, including Olivia Kim, who survived multiple gunshot wounds. She told detectives she asked Asan Han to call 911. According to Olivia, the document says, Asan told her, quote, "Why aren't you dead yet? You should have been the first one dead. You are the worst one." Then she casually walked out of the market. Olivia Kim, Yo Kim, and Ed Schley were accused by Sung-ho Han of not keeping their end of a business deal that took $75,000 from him. Schley had gotten $70,000 from the 69-year-old Sung-ho Han.
He was a broker, and I think he was also managing the property. So he was involved in that sense.
A dash camera in Han's vehicle showed the couple drove from the crime scene at the market together. Sung said to Asan, "Hurry up and call. Let's see where he's at." After the murder, the couple traveled to McDonald's at Old Denton and Frankfurt Road, where they ordered drinks in the drive-thru.
I'm sure there's still more to come out. You know, what drove that to this tragic event? I'm sure there's additional stories to that.
And in Minnesota this morning, the wife, the 67-year-old Han, received notification of intent to be extradited back to Denton County. That could happen in the next 30 to 90 days. She is being held there now without bail.
Sean, thank you for that report. Well, developing news in the Texas primary runoff for Senate. President Donald Trump announced he is endorsing Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. It's a boost for Paxton in his effort to oust Senator John Cornyn for the GOP Senate seat. The president posted on Truth Social stating, "Ken is a true MAGA warrior who has always delivered for Texas and will continue to do so in the United States Senate." The announcement came as Paxton was hosting a campaign event in Allen. We will have a breakdown of what this decision means for the race, as well as reaction from Paxton and other political leaders and experts on Fox 4 News at 4:30. Dallas City Council members are going to weigh the future of Dallas City Hall tomorrow. A new panel of experts is set to present a plan to repair Dallas City Hall rather than demolish it. Fox 4's Lori Brown is at City Hall with the story. Hi, Lori.
Hi, Dan. The clock is ticking when it comes to a decision about if the Dallas City Hall land and plaza is sold or leased out to make room for a new Mavericks basketball arena, or if the building designed by famed I.M. Pei will be repaired and saved. The presentation that is happening tomorrow is one that Dallas City Council members who want to save the building and plaza requested as part of a compromise vote back on March 4th. A panel of experts will break down which of the City Hall repairs are a priority over the course of 10 years and how much those repairs would cost. AECOM estimated the cost of baseline repairs at $329 million. Sarah Crane, Executive Director of Preservation Dallas, says the city has an obligation to maintain its landmark City Hall building.
We believe that the city of Dallas is accountable to repairing not just this structure, but all of their city-owned structures. That includes your local police station, fire station, the libraries, our streets and roads. We want to make sure we are compelling the city to maintain a standard of care. And they have an opportunity to start with our home base, Dallas City Hall.
Save Dallas City Hall is pursuing potential litigation on two fronts. The organization says the city's own ordinance prevents what is called demolition by neglect. The ordinance essentially prevents someone from neglecting a historic building to justify demolishing it later. The organization also argues that the City Hall Plaza is parkland. The state of Texas requires the city to hold an election in order to sell parkland for a for-profit purpose. While the Mavericks said it was premature to submit a proposal for the Dallas City Hall site, UT Arlington's College of Architecture, Planning, and Public Policy submitted a proposal that shows it is possible to keep Dallas City Hall while building the Mavericks Arena on 47 acres between the Wings' new arena and the convention center.
I love the fact that they have encouraged these fresh minds, these students at UTA, to absolutely engage in this public discourse and be a part of the solution, because we can have it all. We can have a brand new convention center, we can keep Dallas City Hall, and we can meet the Mavs' needs to have a new Dallas stadium.
The meeting about Dallas City Hall's future gets underway at 9 a.m. tomorrow. In addition to the public presentation, there will also be closed session meetings regarding potential sites to buy or lease for a new City Hall location and a separate location for a 911 emergency call center. Dion?
More to follow. Thank you, Lord. Well, investigators say the shooters responsible for Monday's shooting at a mosque in San Diego met online. 3 people were killed in the attack. Fox's Nate Foy has more on the information investigators released today.
The day after a deadly shooting at a San Diego mosque, police offering new details on the investigation. 3 people were killed after 2 shooters opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego.
All 3 of our victims did not die in vain. Without distracting the attention, without delaying the actions of these 2 individuals, without question, there would have been many more fatalities yesterday.
The attack is being investigated as a hate crime.
They didn't discriminate on who they hated. It covered a wide aspect of races and religions.
The building houses a school. Thankfully, no children were hurt. Police say a security guard at the building's entrance was one of those killed. Reportedly a father of 8, he gave his life to protect others.
He's the one who stopped them, who slowed them down. The 2 suspects would have easily access to every single classroom.
The suspects, 17 and 18 years old, were found in a vehicle nearby after taking their own lives. One suspect's mother had called police hours before, warning them that her son was missing, along with her vehicle and multiple firearms. Police attempted to track them down with a license plate reader before the first 911 call came in of shots fired. Neighbors who knew them were stunned.
He helped us bring in our groceries, and he'd wave at us. It's just unbelievable.
San Diego police have stepped up patrols at places of worship in the aftermath of the attack. Nate Foy, Fox News.
Well, thousands fleeing their homes and land scorched all the way from the Midwest to the Texas Panhandle. We have the latest in the battle to stop the growing fires across the nation. And here's another look at our live drive cam. The rain coming down across North Texas. Kylie will be back in a bit with a look at what North Texans will see with this storm. Massive wildfires are threatening several regions across the U.S. Near the Great Lakes, crews are battling 2 fires in northern Minnesota. The Flanders fire at the Crow Wing State Forest has scorched nearly 1,700 acres. It's forced several evacuations, damaged buildings, and is only about 60% contained. Cooler temps helped firefighters control the Stewart Trail fire on Monday, which burned more than 300 acres. Here in Texas, wildfires are burning through the Panhandle, prompting evacuations. The devastating Hungate fire is the largest located in Canyon, just south of Amarillo. It has burned more than 34,000 acres just west of Amarillo. The Stinky fire has burned through nearly 2,600 acres. It's only 30% contained. Oh, just a little further south in Cress, the Cress fire has burned 1,500 acres. Fortunately, by the end of the day yesterday, crews were able to get about 90% of the fire contained. Fire officials in the Panhandle say more than 300 homes are threatened, some homes already engulfed by the blazes.
Okay, we're going to shift gears and talk about some active weather that's moving through North Texas as we speak. Here's a current look at live radar where you see this broken line of storms continuing to head to the east and southeast along our much anticipated cold front. We do have a few warnings to discuss, and that's where we're going to begin with our latest severe thunderstorm warning that was issued right about the top of the hour. This is in effect until 5 o'clock this afternoon, but I'll tell you, just in the last couple of radar scans, this cell really not looking as impressive for the potential for those high winds. So the reason why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued this warning is for the potential for wind gusts between about 55 and 60 miles per hour. That wind signature not looking as impressive, but still there could be 40 to 50 mile per hour winds along the leading edge as this heads directly to the east, right around 10 miles per hour. So again, this current severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern parts of Dallas County. If it's able to continue its strength, Rockwall County, you will be next as far as those higher winds are concerned, just because the trajectory of this storm is directly to the east very slowly, only at about 10 miles per hour. So I've thrown a tracker on here, maybe a little around 445 near Rowlett to 515 for Rockwall, 536 for Heath, and a little before 550 for Royce City. So again, that is our only severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. What I've done now is thrown up our hail size tracker. I'm not seeing any hail cores associated with this severe thunderstorm warning. That being said, when it was initially issued at the top of the hour, there was the potential for hail right around the size of nickels or so. But as we move a little bit farther to the south and southwest, a couple of those hail cores are still on radar just south of Cleburne, south of Highway 67 in eastern Bosque County, approaching the Lake Whitney area. We're looking at hail maybe up to the size of nickels, likely pocket change size. Now I've thrown it on loop to show you just to the north and east of Rio Vista. That's where we're seeing a hail core, maybe dimes to nickels in diameter. And then just to the east and southeast of Meridian, we're looking at, again, a couple of those hail cores. Now, the latest update with this weather update is that the National Weather Service went ahead and decided to extend and expand the current flash flood warning that is encompassing Tarrant County now to include the majority of Dallas County, and rightfully so, because these rainfall rates have been very impressive on top of already saturated soils. Now, the leading edge of this line of storms, again, this is radar estimated. You got to take it with a grain of salt because it is moving pretty slowly, moving to the east and southeast, could be approaching the Ennis area a little bit before 545. Now I've zoomed out to show you satellite and radar on a larger scale view where a couple of stronger storms are still continuing basically right along that front down near the San Angelo area. That's where the Storm Prediction Center has kept that level 2 slight risk in place for the potential for those higher wind gusts as well as as slightly larger hail cores. So we're going to be monitoring this through the rest of this evening. Temperatures, though, behind the front, very cool. Out ahead of it, still warm, still muggy. Check out Hillsboro, currently sitting at 85 degrees. So temperatures across the board, again, those upper 60s, some low 60s based on where the front is. Showers and storms will continue basically along the front through about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. We could see a little bit more development for areas to the south and west late tonight, but for the most part, I think we're going to stay quiet with just a couple of lingering showers through about sunrise tomorrow morning. Now, looking ahead, our weather pattern continues to stay fairly active. Thursday will feature another round of storms with more of a heavy rain threat, but tomorrow that severe weather threat well to the west. It does not include any of our North Texas viewing area. The next day to watch will be Thursday for the potential for very widespread rain and thunderstorms with another flood threat setting up. The weather pattern stays active as we head into the holiday weekend.
Listen, you're going to see a lot of Memorial Day sales, but we're the only ones with prices like this. This $1,000 Texas-built reclining sofa for just $699 while supplies last. Home Zone, we're different.
You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
A chaotic brawl between teenagers has gone viral, prompting reaction by Washington, D.C. leadership. Someone recorded the fight inside a Chipotle location. Two groups of teenagers were in an argument, quickly turning violent. Punches and chairs were thrown. Families inside said they feared for their lives.
It kind of upsets me because I just wanted to just be a dad, take them to a ball game, go get something to eat, go home. And just instincts kicked in. I just had to protect the kids.
No one was hurt. The U.S. Attorney for D.C. is promising to hold parents accountable, adding a $500 fine for kids who break the city's curfew. More Fox 4 News after the break.
week only at Ashley.
The head of the World Health Organization is expressing concern over the scale and speed of the outbreak of a rare type of Ebola. More than 130 people have died and more than 500 have fallen sick, with cases centered in eastern Congo. This species of Ebola virus causing the outbreak is less common than other strains. The WHO expects the outbreak to last at least weeks, if not longer. Well, President Trump is teaming up with Mark Cuban to make prescription drugs more affordable. Earlier this year, the president unveiled the Trump RX website, which offers discounted prescription drugs under a pricing structure negotiated by his administration. Cuban has spent recent years promoting his online pharmacy, Cost Plus Drugs, which will now join Amazon Pharmacy and Good RX in selling products on the president's website.
These companies, as partners, we're also getting and adding new tools to take over websites which will connect patients with the lowest price pharmacy right in their own neighborhood, or alternatively give them the option of getting a discounted prescription shipped straight to their door. They can have it delivered right to their front door.
The high cost of health care is expected to be a key issue in the midterm elections. A vacation turned work assignment for Fox 4's Stephen Dial. He takes us on some of his adventures in Japan and how its soccer team is preparing for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We'll show you more at the head on Fox 4 News. A driver trying out the wait mode ends up in sync mode. We're talking the bold decision to drive a Cybertruck into a lake. And here's a live look outside. It's gloomy, wet, and rainy. The latest on the forecast. That's all ahead.
Fox 4 at 4 o'clock.
Welcome back. I'm Deanna England. Thank you for joining us this afternoon on Fox 4 at 4. We are still tracking storms across the area. We have crews on the ground checking out conditions. This is what many are seeing in Grand Prairie on Interstate 30. Some of the storms today could develop to be severe. Meteorologist Kylie Capps is in now with more of those details. Kylie.
And we have good news, Dion, as far as that one isolated severe thunderstorm warning is concerned. It has been allowed to expire as that wind signature along the leading edge of this line of storms did not look nearly as impressive on radar. Now, that being said, the leading edge still could produce gusts between about 40 and 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to zoom on in right now because the most concerning part of this line of storms is flooding. And that's why the National Weather Service has actually extended and expanded that one flash flood warning, which encompassed Tarrant County. Now we're starting to see a drying trend in Tarrant County and far western and northwestern parts of Dallas County. Now the rest of Dallas County included in that flash flood warning until 7:15 this evening. Rainfall rates continue to be very impressive and very high. Where we're also starting to see more of a drying trend is up in Denton and Collin counties, where the back edge of that precip is starting to let up. I'm showing you rainfall totals now over the last 24 hours. Several spots just in the last couple of hours have picked up a couple of inches of rain, and because of that, the ground is so saturated, which means as these bands of heavy rain continue to fall on already saturated soils, we will start to see more of that flood concern over the next couple of hours. So some isolated higher rainfall totals up towards the Red River, over 4 inches of rain. Far southeastern parts of Denton County, southwest Collin County, maybe northwest Dallas County, picking up 2 to 4 inches of rain over the last 24 hours. So I've timed out the leading edge of this kind of more filled in line of storms. We're looking at about 5:30 in the Ennis area, a little after 6:15 Corsicana. Again, this is radar estimated a little before 6:30 Van Zandt County out in Canton. As far as hail is concerned, we've continued to see a few of these hail cores pulse up and pulse back down, especially across parts of Johnson County and southern and southeast Bosque County. A little bit farther to the north and east, we've seen one little hail core in the Wilmer-Hutchins area. Maybe pea-sized hail associated with that. Here's a wider view of satellite and radar. As you can see, a couple of disturbances well to the south and west near San Angelo continue to be fairly strong. But again, we are concerned with that line, that short line of storms continuing to move through the Metroplex as that flood threat ramps up, and will likely stay fairly high as that line progresses to the east and southeast through the rest of this evening. I'll have a closer look at that extended forecast in just a bit.
In the critical Texas Republican Senate race, after much speculation, President Trump has announced his endorsement. He is putting his support behind Attorney General Ken Paxton. Fox 4 Stephen Dial joins us now with those details.
A big development in Texas politics. Both Attorney General Ken Paxton and current Senator John Cornyn in this race have tried to position themselves as the most pro-Trump candidate. After months of staying on the sideline in this tight race, this morning President Trump endorsed Ken Paxton. In a post on social media, President Trump said that John Cornyn is a good man, but said he was not supportive of me when times were tough. This goes back to the drama after the 2020 election. Paxton helped lead some of the legal challenges seeking to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And on January 6th, Ken Paxton was at the rally before the storming at the U.S. Capitol. Meanwhile, around that time, Cornyn said that Trump's time had passed him. Since those remarks, Cornyn has been in lockstep with President Trump, only voting against him on one key vote. Early voting started yesterday. Runoff election day is next Tuesday. This is how Paxton reacted to the news at a rally this morning in Allen.
I'm so honored to have President Trump's endorsement. His endorsement, in my opinion, is the most significant endorsement in my lifetime. So when he endorses, it has a tremendous impact. We're already doing really well, but certainly I have so much respect for the president and so appreciate his endorsement. And I think it creates a slight bit of momentum, don't you?
It could. Senator Cornyn took to social media reacting to the president endorsing Paxton, saying Cornyn has voted with Trump 99% of the time. And he went on to say that it's time for Republican voters to decide if they, quote, want a strong nominee to help the GOP in November or a weak nominee who jeopardizes everything. I talked to SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson about if the endorsement will greatly impact this race.
But I don't think it entirely seals the deal. A lot of people's attitudes towards both of these candidates are already pretty baked in. Early voting has already begun. We see that in March, John Cornyn ended up outperforming his polls by about 5 points or so. So he's still got a puncher's chance. That said, he came into today as a bit of an underdog. He comes out of today a little bit more of an underdog.
Despite Paxton's close relationship with President Trump, some Republican leaders have been pushing the president to endorse Cornyn. Their concern has been that Paxton would be a more vulnerable candidate coming in November because of his past legal issues and Cornyn's ability to draw more moderate voters in. We'll find out soon what the outcome is. Early voting continues all week. The runoff election day is Tuesday.
A lot to follow. Stephen, thank you. Well, Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will spend 30 days in jail after violating his probation. Dallas County court documents show Rice tested positive for THC. The violation is part of his 5-year probation sentence for his involvement in the high-speed car crash that injured multiple people on the Central Expressway in Dallas more than 2 years ago. The sentence required him to spend 30 days in jail. He could miss the Chiefs' organized team activities and minicamp. The NFL later suspended Rice for 6 games. Rice will be released from jail on June 16th. A community led by police and city leaders are calling for help in solving the murder of a woman whose body was found in a freezer in Oak Cliff. 27-year-old Mariah Murray was found in a vacant home the afternoon of May 10th on Georgia Avenue. And while the home was vacant, neighbors say they would see people going in and out of the home all hours of the day and night. The home butts up to the Illinois Avenue DART station. Family and friends of Murray believe with the high traffic in and out of the home, someone likely saw something and likely knows something. Police, city, and the community came together today calling for action in this crime.
I want to be very clear to the person that did this and those that know, please speak up. But to the person that did this, we will not tolerate violent crime in District 4.
The biggest piece for us is for this community to know and this family to know that we stand behind you. We will not stop in pursuing this particular suspect or suspects.
Anyone with information is being urged to call the Dallas Police Department. Well, 2 people died in a wrong-way crash on the North Central Expressway in Dallas early this morning. The crash happened minutes after drivers called 911 to report a wrong-way driver. Police say the driver of a white sedan was going the wrong way and crashed head-on into an SUV. The driver of the sedan died on the scene. The driver and passenger of the SUV were taken to the hospital where the passenger died. The driver is in critical condition. And the driver of a Tesla Cybertruck was arrested after intentionally driving his vehicle into Grapevine Lake. Just before 8 last night, officers were dispatched to Katy Woods Park boat ramp. They found a Tesla truck in the water near the shoreline. According to police, the driver said he purposefully drove into the lake to use the Cybertruck's wade mode feature. According to the Tesla website, it works in about 2.5 feet of water. The driver and passengers abandoned it. Grapevine fire crews removed it from the lake. Well, the start of the summer travel begins with Memorial Day weekend, and American Airlines says it's already ahead of the game. The forward-based carrier is looking forward to a record-breaking schedule with 750,000 flights from May 21st through September 8th. Nearly 99,000 of those flights are flying in and out from the airline's largest hub right here at DFW International Airport. Crews are also installing electronic gates at Terminal C.
We want you to, plan for a busy summer, a busy time at the airport, but know that American has invested in our products, services, our schedule to really enhance the overall customer experience.
Once upgrades are fully operational, 9 new gates will be added with expanded seating capacity, new concessions and dining options, and a new bag storage system. Well, Dallas ISD hosted a celebration with some Mavs legends in attendance to recognize those who represent the heart and spirit of South Dallas. Students gathered in the James Madison High School for a pep rally recognizing the 2026 boys basketball Division I state champs. The celebration also honored the championship winning coaches across Southern Dallas. Mavericks legends Derek Harper and Rolando Blackman joined the event to address the student body and inspire them. And here is another live look at the conditions on the roadways. This is the view of Dallas right now. We are tracking storms across North Texas, and we'll be right back.
Well, our cold front continues to make steady progress to the east and southeast this afternoon. All right, let's do a radar tour. Talk about the most significant part of these showers and thunderstorms as they continue to head to the east and southeast, and what the main threats will be through the rest of this evening. These green polygons that you see here on your screen, these are flash flood warnings. That continues to be the greatest threat with these storms as they tap into a bunch of moisture. Flooding continues to be a concern on top of already saturated soil. So when we continue to see showers and storms filter in on top of each other, even as these cells move out, they're replaced quickly by another stronger cell. That's what's contributing to these higher rainfall amounts. So let's zoom in. We'll show you the details on the most kind of important flash flood warning that's still in place. This is going to encompass the part of the radar where you're seeing the heaviest rain at the moment. That's going to be just east of downtown Dallas, extending down towards far southeastern parts of Dallas County and clipping far southeast Tarrant County. But we're starting to see some heavier rain now filter in across northern parts of Ellis County and eastern Johnson County. So this flash flood warning was extended and expanded to include the rest of Dallas County. It's currently in effect until 7:15 this evening. A little bit farther to the south and east, I've thrown a tracker on here. Again, this is radar estimated movement, so take these timings with a grain of salt. But at this point, Navarro County likely right around 6:30, Athens a little bit later, 7:30, and then I think we see gradual improvements likely right around 8 o'clock this evening on radar. Here's a closer look as far as hail sizes are concerned. I have this on loop over the last 30 minutes as we take a closer look to the south and west. Pea-sized hail being reported right now. This is going to be just to the east of 35W in Johnson County. A little bit farther to the south and west, we're seeing this little hail core pop up. Again, this is going to be south and east of Meridian, west of Lake Whitney in Bosque County. Marble-sized hail being reported there. So a wider view of satellite and radar, or of radar, you could see that broken line of showers and storms, which honestly does not look as impressive as it did at the top of the 4. So we're starting to see those high wind signatures come down, as well as those hail threats decrease in intensity. Satellite and radar from a wider view, a couple of stronger cells still ongoing well to the south and west. And as we zoom on in, this is why flooding will remain a concern if we continue to see shower and thunderstorm development on already saturated soils. We've picked up anywhere from an inch of rain upwards of 5 inches closer to the Red River. That Storm Prediction Center outlook encompassing areas south and west under that level 2 slight risk. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that trend even more over the next couple of hours, because you saw on Futurecast just how fast these showers and storms are expected to clear out, likely after sunset and into the nighttime hours. That being said, there still could be some gusty winds as well as pocket change sized hail, but that flood threat will remain a little higher, especially because the ground is so saturated. Temperatures in the 50s and 60s behind the front. Out ahead of it, still in those low to mid 80s. The weather pattern stays very active through the rest of the week and even into the holiday weekend. Another round of heavy rain on the way on Thursday. Tomorrow, though, thankfully, we are not under the gun for any severe weather potential. Just a couple of stray showers possible in the wake of the front. Our active weather pattern, like I said, though, continues with several upper level disturbances moving overhead. That'll keep rain and storm chances around again, with that heavy rain threat increasing on Thursday. Once again, a couple of isolated storms possible Friday, with our next stronger disturbance likely in the Saturday to Sunday timeframe. Still too early to be able to nail down that timing specifically. But again, you're going to want to keep an eye on radar through the entire Memorial Day weekend.
Well, the countdown is on for the World Cup. The first match in Arlington is June 14th between Japan and the Netherlands. Fox 4's Stephen Dial filed this report from the land of the rising sun.
I'm inside the dressing room for the Japan national team. In a few short weeks, they'll be packing up and heading to Nashville, which is their base camp. But then a couple weeks after that, they'll be suiting up at AT&T Stadium for that match against the Netherlands on June 14th.
After a 12-hour flight from Dallas to Japan, we went behind the scenes to see where Japan's national team trains. The team has had back-to-back trips to the World Cup round of 16. To truly understand where they come from, I explored parts of Japan to get a feel for their culture. The train system here is huge. It's the lifeline of how people get around. While inside the train, it may resemble a dart back in Dallas, but the etiquette is much different. It's frowned upon to talk on your phone or have loud conversations. So the train is quiet. Take a listen.
Welcome to Japan, Shibuya to be exact. We're crossing the world's busiest pedestrian crosswalk, at times up to 3,000 people crossing at one time.
The busy city of Tokyo and surrounding areas are all business during the day, but really come alive at night. Some even dress up like Mario Kart characters and zoom around the busy streets. Did I mention how clean the streets are? That custom follows Japanese soccer fans as well. They are known for cleaning the stadiums after the games, win or loss. And it wasn't hard to find jerseys and gear as this nation gets ready for another World Cup.
Whipped it again. It's loose to the box. Shot, goal!
The food, of course, is very fresh. Even the food at convenience stores, yes, like 7-Eleven and Family Mart, are mostly healthy and brought in fresh throughout the day. Before I left, I had to try a viral challenge. You can get a fried chicken patty, which is like $2, and put it on a fresh-made egg salad sandwich.
Family chicken, like a breaded chicken, so it's good. And then the egg sandwich. Tastes pretty good. Went to 7-Eleven first, got my egg sando and my fried chicken. Honestly, 7-Eleven has it with the egg sando. But the chicken, they're both good.
Well, Fox 4 is the official broadcaster for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Make sure you have the free Fox Local app downloaded. You can find links to the ticket portal and the match schedule. Well, a North Texas energy company partnered with a nonprofit to make sure kids have a safe place to sleep at night. Volunteers from Reliant helped build bunk beds with nonprofit Sleep in Heavenly Peace. Workers cut and prepared wood planks and slats for several hours. Those planks will go on to be assembled in homes where kids have been without a bed. A spokesperson for the company says it wants to make home feel more like home.
When you have a child that's sleeping on the floor and we can make a difference and get them off the floor and sleeping in a bed, that's going to add to that comfort. That's going to add to their quality of life.
The beds will be installed at homes at a later date.
Thank you for watching Fox 4 at 4 o'clock.
Well, thank you for joining us for Fox 4 at 4. Steve and Heather are coming up in 90 seconds with Fox 4 News at 5. But first, this Fox News report.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News report. President Trump warning Iran might face another, quote, big hit if peace negotiations fail. The threat coming after Trump says he was just an hour away from deciding whether to strike Iran again, but called it off yesterday at the request of Gulf allies. It's primary day in several states. In Kentucky, Republican Congressman Thomas Massie is hoping for a big win over Ed Gowrine. Massie is a vocal critic of Trump who is trying to oust him. Georgia is choosing from a crowded field looking to succeed Brian Kemp. And President Trump endorsing Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton over John Cornyn. That's ahead of next week's Republican runoff for Senate. President Trump giving a tour of the White House ballroom construction site, touting the security features, including a drone port. The president answering the $400 million question, who is paying for it?
This is a gift. This is not going to be paid for by the taxpayer.
Ebola deaths rising to at least 134 in Central Africa, with more than 500 suspected cases. One American there has tested positive. American authorities temporarily banning travelers from impacted countries. Meanwhile, Colorado confirming a hantavirus death not linked to the cruise ship outbreak. And if you're planning to take a humanoid robot on a Southwest Airlines flight, think again. The airline banning bots like this one due to battery safety protocol. In Washington, I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
Strong storms passed through North Texas this afternoon. Some of them had lightning, others leaving flooded streets just in time for the evening rush hour. Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry tells us how bad it got and gives us a look ahead, too.
President Trump throws his support behind Attorney General Ken Paxton in the Texas Senate race. We're going to tell you what this critical endorsement means. Plus, we'll have a reaction from Paxton, John Cornyn, and other political leaders.
And we're learning surprising details about the deadly shooting near Koreatown in Carolton earlier this month. How investigators say the suspect's wife helped him with the crime.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
But we begin with flash flooding and a flash flood warning in effect for Collin and Denton counties until 6 o'clock this evening. Good evening, I'm Steve Eager.
Hi, everybody, I'm Heather Hayes. So it has been a gloomy, wet, rainy, windy Tuesday all across North Texas. We've got live pictures right now showing the rain coming down here in North Texas. This is heading south in Dallas, I-30, just past Loop 12. But we want to get you right over to Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry, because Dan, I know that always makes driving a bit challenging for a lot of folks, especially with these warnings out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the timing, of course, this has really started to hit during the very beginning portion of rush hour. And it's going to continue into the evening hours. There's a look at the current conditions. 70 at DFW, 68 Love Field. We've dropped to 62 at Alliance Airport with a northwest wind behind the cold front. And that cold front is essentially slicing right across the heart of North Texas right now, with heavy thunderstorms right along and ahead of it. Fortunately, the severe weather threat is on the low side and will remain that way through the evening. We're more concerned about the flood threat. Now, flash flood warnings continue for much of Tarrant County, also southeastern Denton County and Collin County. The good news, and you can clearly see that on radar, is that the heavy thunderstorm activity has now moved out of those areas. It continues, however, in central Dallas County and eastern parts of the county, from Garland and Mesquite down through Seagoville, Hutchins, the Lancaster area, Duncanville, Cedar Hill, all still seeing some very heavy rain and frequent lightning, and that is marching eastward now into Rockwall County and Kaufman County, southern portions of Hunt County. I think our strongest storm at this hour is the one that you see down around the Clifton area, just north of Clifton. That is likely producing some small hail up to the size of pennies and maybe up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So for the rest of this evening, a low chance that we could see a couple more severe thunderstorms with up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe up to quarter-sized hail. But once again, I think the main concern will be with these slow-moving, very heavy downpours, some localized flooding. That threat will continue, especially from Dallas eastward, as these storms continue to slowly march to the east. We get a break tomorrow, but then the storm chances come right back on Thursday. I've got details with your full forewarned forecast coming up.
All right, Dan, thank you. Records obtained by Fox 4 reveal why police have now charged the wife of the man accused of carrying out a shooting spree in Carolton earlier this month.
Police say 67-year-old Ason Hon aided her husband in carrying out violence against people he accused of duping him out of thousands of dollars. An affidavit describes the case police built against her. Fox 4's Sean Rabb joining us now with more on this. Sean.
Yeah, and from that affidavit, we learned that Ason Hon, the wife of the shooter charged with capital murder, police say actively assisted in at least one of the murders that happened 2 weeks ago, and by her actions intended to allow potentially the deaths of others. I tell you what, her arrest, though, is something that no one in the Korean community in Carrollton expected or saw coming.
And it surprised all of us.
A surprising twist in the shootings across Carrollton's Korean community 2 weeks ago that took 2 lives and wounded 3 others. Ason Hon, the 67-year-old wife of the man charged with capital murder, Sung-ho Han, is now charged with aiding her husband's violent acts and murder.
It's additional sad news when you hear that the couple actually were involved in this tragic event.
Ason Han was arrested with the help of U.S. Marshals in Minnesota. We don't know when or how she left North Texas. An arrest affidavit says the wife first denied knowing anything about what happened, and then, before she stopped talking to investigators, admitted knowing Sung had been scammed out of $75,000 and that she knew that Sung had killed people. The affidavit details what the wife police say did and what survivors of the shooting told detectives she said. Cell phone data put the husband and wife together at the time of the shootings. First, at the K-Town shopping mall, where 4 people were shot, including Olivia Kim, who survived multiple gunshot wounds. She told detectives she asked Ason Han to call 911. According to Olivia, the document says, Ason told her, quote, "Why aren't you dead yet? You should have been the first one dead. You are the worst one." Then she casually walked out of the market. Olivia Kim, Yo Kim, and Ed Schley were accused by Sung-ho Han of not keeping their end of a business deal that took $75,000 from him. Schley had gotten $70,000 from the 69-year-old Sung-ho Han.
He was a broker, and I think he was also managing the property. So he was involved in that sense.
A dash camera in Han's vehicle showed the couple drove from the crime scene at the market together. Sung said to Ason, "Hurry up and call. Let's see where he's at." After the murder, the couple traveled to McDonald's at Old Denton and Frankfurt Road, where they ordered drinks in the drive-thru.
I'm sure there's still more to come out. You know, what drove that to this tragic event? I'm sure there's additional stories to that.
And this morning, in an extradition hearing there in Minnesota, Ason Han was informed that Denton County, Texas, plans, in fact, to extradite her back. She should be back here in Texas in the next 30 to 90 days, where she ultimately will also, like her husband, face trial.
All right, Sean Rabb, we will keep following this story. Thank you.
More than 2 months after he first hinted he would make an endorsement in the tight Texas runoff for the Senate seat here, President Trump has waded in.
Yeah, he's putting his support behind Attorney General Ken Paxton with 1 week until Election Day. In studio, Fox 4's Stephen Dial with the details. Stephen.
For months, it's been a battle of who can be the most pro-Trump candidate in this race. And after months of staying on the sidelines, this morning, President Trump endorsing Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. In a post on social media, President Trump said, "John Cornyn is a good man, but said he was not supportive of me when times were tough." This goes back to the drama after the 2020 election. Paxton helped lead some of the legal challenges seeking to overturn the results of the 2020 election. On January 6th, Ken Paxton was at the rally before the storming on the U.S. Capitol. Meanwhile, around that time, Cornyn said that Trump's time had passed him. Since those remarks, Cornyn has been in lockstep with President Trump, only voting against him in one key vote. We heard from Paxton and Cornyn after the endorsement.
I'm so honored to have President Trump's endorsement. His endorsement, in my opinion, is the most significant endorsement that in my lifetime. So when he endorses, it has a tremendous impact. We're already doing really well, but certainly I have so much respect for the president and so appreciate his endorsement, and I think it creates a slight bit of momentum, don't you?
We've always had these family fights within the Republican Party, and then we unify in order to win the election in November. And we'll do that again. But I believe that in terms of our success in November, that Ken Paxton would be an albatross around the neck of our candidates and would likely lose to James Tallarico. I think we've come too far and worked too hard to risk that.
Great. You just heard from John Cornyn. I talked to SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson about if the Trump endorsement will greatly impact this race.
But I don't think it entirely seals the deal. A lot of people's attitudes towards both of these candidates are already pretty baked in. Early voting has already begun. We see that in March, John Cornyn ended up outperforming his polls by about 5 points or so. So he's still got a puncher's chance. That said, he came into today as a bit of an underdog. He comes out of today a little bit more of an underdog.
Some Republican leaders had been pushing the president to endorse Cornyn. Their concern has been that Paxton would be a more vulnerable candidate in November because of his past legal issues and Cornyn's ability to draw in more moderate voters. We'll have to find out what the outcome is. Early voting continues this week, and the runoff election day, guys, is next Tuesday.
Yeah, so we'll know soon enough. Stephen Dowell in studio. Stephen, thank you.
Investigators say the two teenagers involved in a deadly shooting at a Southern California mosque left behind online hate-filled writings. 3 people were killed when the two opened fire on the Islamic Center. Authorities say the teenage shooters shared a broad hatred toward other religions and races. Their own ideologies and views have not yet been shared. The two were found dead in a car away from the scene of the shootings. The imam says a security guard who was killed gave his life to protect people inside.
He's the one who stopped them, who slowed them down. The two suspects would have easily access to every single classroom.
San Diego police have increased patrols at places of worship after the attack. Investigators are now looking into whether the shooters had broader plans.
The head of the World Health Organization is expressing concern over the scale and speed of the outbreak of a rare type of Ebola. More than 130 people have died. More than 500 have fallen sick with it. The case centered in eastern Congo. This species of Ebola virus causing the outbreak is less common than other strains. The World Health Organization, WHO, expects the outbreak to last at least weeks, if not longer. Federal safety investigators opened 2 days of hearings today to find out why the engine flew off a UPS cargo plane last year, just after taking off, in the process of taking off. It caused a crash that killed 15 people, and investigators are asking why Boeing didn't address the underlying flaw sooner. The engine separated from the MD-11's wing as it accelerated down the runway in November at Louisville Airport. The crash killed 3 pilots on the plane, 12 people on the ground. The NTSB said shortly after the crash, the investigators had found cracks on some of the parts that held the engine to the wing.
Lawyers for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk made their case to ban reporters and the public from parts of an upcoming hearing. It comes after the judge in the case rejected their request to keep news cameras from the courtroom entirely. Prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty if 23-year-old Tyler Robinson is convicted. A preliminary hearing is set for early July. The judge is expected to rule by next month on whether to restrict parts of the hearing. President Trump's approval rating dropping coming up. The reasons voters aren't happy in the latest poll.
New trouble for North Richland Hills NFL star Rashee Rice ahead. The probation violation that got him ordered to report for jail time.
And we want to take another live look at the radar. A flash flood warning is in effect for Collin and Denton counties. That goes until about 6 o'clock.
Dan Henry will be right back a little later with an update. Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will spend 30 days in jail after violating his probation. Rice, you remember, played locally, Richland High School and at SMU. Dallas County court documents show Rice tested positive for THC. The violation is part of his 5-year probated sentence for his involvement in the high-speed crash that injured several people on Central Expressway in Dallas more than 2 years ago. The sentence required him to spend 30 days in jail at a time of his choosing. Well, the probation violation will force him to serve that jail time now. He could miss the Chiefs' organized team activities and minicamp. Following the crash, the NFL suspended Rice for 6 games. He will be released from jail on June 16th. A lot of questions are being asked after the Justice Department created a fund to give taxpayer dollars to those who claim they were unfairly investigated during the Biden administration.
The people making those claims are friends of President Trump. Fox's Alexandria Hoff has more from the White House.
Plenty of strong reaction on Capitol Hill and beyond following the announcement of a $1.7 billion anti-weaponization fund, which will pay reparations to President Trump's allies for what they call judicial abuse by the Biden administration. More than a few Republicans are asking tough questions about using taxpayer money to compensate those who have been convicted of crimes.
What I want to know is how the fund was created and what its purpose is, and the legality of creating a fund that Congress hasn't had anything to say about.
Democrats going even further, calling it a slush fund with no oversight.
We've gotten to the point where Donald Trump is just stealing in broad daylight from the American people.
And some experts are warning paying reparations for something that happened so recently could set a dangerous precedent.
It's our previous president. It's his predecessor in the office. And so that's what makes this, I think, particularly unusual and raising eyebrows.
But the administration is defending the move, claiming the president and his family will not receive funds.
Anybody can apply. The commissioners will set rules, I'm sure.
And it's unlikely the president will lose much political ground with his base.
I think it will be seen as kind of another instance of him sort of putting what's important to him personally, the transactional element of a lot of what he does. You know, these people got hurt, I think I'm going to give them money.
Democrats say they'll challenge the fund in court, but first a judge needs to agree they have standing. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox 4 News.
President Trump's approval rating has dropped now to 37%. That is the lowest point of his second term, according to the New York Times Siena poll. It follows the ongoing war in Iran and rising gas prices. Nearly 2/3 of voters in that poll said that going to war with Iran was the wrong decision. Meanwhile, 64% of voters disapprove of how President Trump is handling the economy.
Well, Joni in Fort Worth sharing this video clip with us a little bit earlier this afternoon when they were under a flash flood warning. Notice a little small hail coming down there, too, with those heavy downpours. And we've seen that play out several times through the course of the afternoon. At this hour, we've got this slow-moving cold front that essentially is bisecting North Texas. From west to east. Still some flash flood warnings in effect at this hour. Notice these two here for Collin and Denton County and for Dallas County, at least northwest Dallas County and Tarrant County. Those are set to expire at 6 and 6:15. All the heavy rain, though, has moved out of those particular two warnings. We still have the one in effect for the rest of Dallas County and extreme southeastern Tarrant County until 7:15. Here's a closer look at these storms as they march to the east. Notice the rainfall they've produced here. In general, some of the heaviest spots have seen about 2 to 3 inches of rain, where you're seeing the yellows, a little blip of orange right there. I think the issue was this rain came down so fast and furious in a matter of 20 to 30 minutes. That's why we saw the flash flood warnings go out. Here's a closer look now. Step out of the way, give you a better look at what's going on. Rain starting to taper off now in downtown Dallas. Still raining heavily at Lancaster, Hutchins, Ferris, Palmer, up towards the Seagoville area. None of this is severe. We are still seeing some cloud-to-ground lightning. This is marching eastward ahead of the front as you head through Kaufman County into Wills Point right now. Torrential rains, Lake Tawakoni up towards Lone Oak and the Campbell vicinity. The strongest storms are down to our southwest right now, and there are actually actually two of them. One here just to the northwest of Cranfill's Gap. We've got another one around the Clifton area. Both of these may produce up to quarter-sized hail and wind gusts in that 50 to maybe up to 60 miles per hour range. That warning is in effect until 6:15 this evening. So again, it's a low-end severe weather threat as we head through this evening as these storms continue to slowly march to the east and southeast. Could be a few that pack up to 60-mile-an-hour gusts, up to quarter-sized hail. I really don't see a tornado threat at all with these, and flash flooding continues to be a possibility. Currently, we've got temperatures that range from 62 behind the front at Alliance, 70 at DFW, 68 at Love Field. Notice how much cooler it is behind that front. Bowie and Bridgeport in the upper 50s right now. Meantime, ahead of it, it's still 81 at this hour in Palestine. So we play it out here. These storms will continue to slowly move to the east of Dallas and Fort Worth as we head through this evening. Tomorrow, on the other hand, is going to be a much quieter day due to the drier, more stable air that will push in behind the front. I've only got a 20% chance of a pop-up shower storm in the afternoon. Late tomorrow night, some storms will try to move in from West Texas. I think they're going to fall apart, but there'll be additional disturbances moving in here. And with heating during the day, once again, we'll see high coverage of showers and some thunderstorms. Low severe weather threat Thursday, but there will be a flood threat. 83 tomorrow, 79 on Thursday, and then we're in that persistent pattern Friday all the way through Memorial Day of afternoon and evening. Generally pop-up showers and storms with highs in the low to mid-80s.
A Super Bowl has been awarded, and you should know about it. Nashville will host the Super Bowl in 2030. The NFL announced Super Bowl 64 will be held at the brand new $2.1 billion Nissan Stadium, which is still under construction. The Tennessee Titans are scheduled to open the 60,000-seat venue next year.
So the announcement was made at the NFL Spring League meeting in Orlando, made this morning. NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell praised the city for its efforts hosting the 2019 draft, calling it one of the greatest fan experiences in history. It's going to be Nashville's first time, of course, to host the Super Bowl. It's going to be great fun.
Greatest fan experience ever.
But imagine Broadway with all those fans. It's going to be
country singers all over the place.
A dog owner in a really tough position found the perfect place for his pet. Now Jake is being really well taken care of thanks to some Fort Worth firefighters. The story just ahead.
You are going to like this story, and it's a good one. North Texas dog story is getting a lot of attention, and it's all over social media. Maybe you've seen it already.
Right, so the dog is Jake. His story was posted on Lauren Prisbill's.
He's really a handful. He's really mean and not
sweet.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, Lauren posted this on Facebook. The dog was actually dropped off by his owner at the Fort Worth fire station number 8, because the owner just couldn't take care of him. And Jake was found next to the fire station, left there with there was a note in a bottle explaining the situation, and the firefighters all just fell in love with him, and all the shifts decided as a group, he's ours.
So some of the things the owner was saying, he needs a safe place. I'm in failing health.
Yeah.
I can't even take him to a shelter. Can you do something for him? And we sure did. We now getting help from the Fort Worth Hope team. And he is lovely and lovable, and he's kind of got that look of like a pit bull mix or something. So initially you're scared of him until he rolls over and wants you to scratch his stomach.
Yeah, just pet me, pet me. But yeah, I guess Jake loves all the firefighters too. Just happy to be with any of them.
That's fine.
So it's great. Yeah, and in fact, Amelia Jones though is going to have more on what's next for Jake and the firefighters tonight on Fox 4 News at 9.
We'll be back. All right, thank you so much for watching Fox 4 News at 5. Heather and I are going to see you back at 6 o'clock. Clarice is in right now with more local news.
You're watching Fox 4 News.
We are monitoring severe weather first on Fox 4 tonight. Good evening, I'm Clarice Tinsley. A flash flood warning is in effect for Collin and Denton counties until 6 o'clock tonight. Right now, let's look at live pictures. This is from our drive cam on the left showing road conditions on I-20 in southern Dallas County, and you can see lots of raindrops there on the windshield and very slick roads on the right. DFW Airport, where a ground stop was issued earlier today because of the storms, canceling about 200 flights and delaying many others. Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry joins us. And Dan, we had loud thunder in downtown Dallas.
We did, as those thunderstorms came rumbling through here. We've also got flash flood warnings in effect for Dallas and Tarrant counties. That slow-moving cold front continues to crawl eastward. Let's take a closer look now, and you can see we still technically have the warning in effect in Collin and Denton counties until 6 p.m., although all the heavy rain has now moved out of the area there, and so the flood threat is decreasing. Same story in Tarrant County. The heavy rains have ended, although there still could be some residual flooding on the roadways. Heavy downpours continue to march eastward, though. None of this is severe, by the way. In Dallas County, northern Ellis County there, heavy rain around Red Oak, Ferris, Palmer, up through Mesquite and Seagoville, the Forney area. That continues to march eastward through Campbell, Lone Oak, the Lake Tawakoni area, and Wills Point. There might be some gusty winds on the order of 30 to 35 and a few cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. By far the strongest storms are down to our south around Cranfill's Gap and also around the Clifton area. Each one of these is producing pocket change hail along with some strong gusty winds, and you also see a few strong storms down around Hamilton County at this point in time. So for the remainder of the late afternoon and evening, there might be a couple more storms that briefly turn severe, producing up to 60-mile-an-hour gusts and up to quarter-sized hail, and I'm really not worried about any threat of tornadoes with these storms. We get a break tomorrow, but the rain and storm chances ramp back up again on Thursday. I've got details on that with your forewarned forecast coming up.
See you soon, Dan. Dallas City Council members are going to weigh in on the future of Dallas City Hall tomorrow. A new panel of experts is set to present a plan to repair Dallas City Hall instead of demolishing it. Fox 4's Lori Brown live at City Hall with the story. Lori.
Clarice, the clock is ticking on the decision about if the Dallas City Hall site should be sold or leased out to make room for a new basketball arena, potentially for the Dallas Mavericks, or if the building should be repaired and the famed I Am Pei style architecture preserved. The presentation that is happening tomorrow is one that Dallas City Council members who want to save the building and the plaza requested as part of a compromise vote March 4th. A panel of experts will break down which of the City Hall repairs are a priority over the course of 10 years and how much those repairs would cost. AECOM estimated the cost of baseline repairs at $329 million. Sarah Crane, Executive Director of Preservation Dallas, says that the city has an obligation to maintain its landmark City Hall building.
We believe that the city of Dallas is accountable to repairing not just this structure, but all of their city-owned structures. That includes your local police station, fire station, the libraries, our streets and roads. We want to make sure we are compelling the city to maintain a standard of care. And they have an opportunity to start with our home base, Dallas City Hall.
Save Dallas City Hall is pursuing potential litigation on two fronts. The organization says the city's own ordinance prevents what is called demolition by neglect. The ordinance essentially prevents someone from neglecting a historic building to justify demolishing it later. The organization also argues that the City Hall Plaza is parkland. The state of Texas requires the city to hold an election in order to sell parkland for a for-profit purpose. While the Mavericks said it was premature to submit a proposal for the Dallas City Hall site, UT Arlington's College of Architecture, Planning, and Public Policy submitted a proposal that shows it is possible to keep Dallas City Hall while building the Mavericks Arena on 47 acres between the Wings new arena and the Convention Center.
I love the fact that they have encouraged these fresh minds, these students at UTA, to absolutely engage in this public discourse and be a part of the solution, because we can have it all. We can have a brand new convention center, we can keep Dallas City Hall, and we can meet the Mavs' needs to have a new Dallas Stadium.
The meeting about Dallas City Hall will get underway at 9 a.m. tomorrow. In addition to the public presentation, there will also be closed sessions where council members will discuss potential sites for a new City Hall and also a separate location for a 911 emergency call center. Clarice.
Lori Brown live. Thanks, Lori. Members of a Dallas community joined police and city leaders calling for help in solving the murder of a woman whose body was found in a freezer in Oak Cliff. 27-year-old Mariah Murray was found in a vacant home the afternoon of May 10th on Georgia Avenue. While that home was vacant, neighbors say they would see people going in and out of it at all hours of the day and night. The home is next to the Illinois Avenue DART station. Murray's family and friends believe with the high traffic in and out of that home, someone likely saw something and someone likely knows something. Police, city, and community came together today calling for action.
I want to be very clear to the person that did this and those that know, please speak up. But to the person that did this, we will not tolerate violent crime in District 4.
The biggest piece for us is for this community to know and this family to know that we stand behind you. We will not stop in pursuing this particular suspect or suspects.
Anyone with information is being urged to call the Dallas Police Department. The start of summer travel begins with Memorial Day weekend, and American Airlines says it's ahead of the game. The Fort Worth-based airline says it's ready to operate a record-breaking schedule with 750,000 flights from May 21st through September 8th. Nearly 99,000 of those flights are flying in and out of the airline's largest hub here at DFW International Airport. Crews are also installing electronic gates at Terminal C.
We want you to, plan for a busy summer, a busy time at the airport. But know that American has invested in our products, services, our schedule to really enhance the overall customer experience.
Once upgrades are fully operational, 9 new gates will be added with expanded seating capacity, new concessions and dining options, and a new bag storage system. The countdown is on for the World Cup. The first match in Arlington is June 14th between Japan and the Netherlands. Fox 4 Stephen Dial filed this report from the land of the rising sun.
I'm inside the dressing room for the Japan national team. In a few short weeks, they'll be packing up and heading to Nashville, which is their base camp. But then a couple weeks after that, they'll be suiting up at AT&T Stadium for that match against the Netherlands on June 14th.
After a 12-hour flight from Dallas to Japan, we went behind the scenes to see where Japan's national team trains. The team has had back-to-back trips to the World Cup round of 16. To truly understand where they come from, I explored parts of Japan to get a feel for their culture. The train system here is huge. It's the lifeline of how people get around. While inside the train, it may resemble a DART back in Dallas, but the etiquette is much different. It's frowned upon to talk on your phone or have loud conversations. So the train is quiet. Take a listen.
Welcome to Japan, Shibuya to be exact. We're crossing the world's busiest pedestrian crosswalk. At times, up to 3,000 people crossing at one time.
The busy city of Tokyo and surrounding areas are all business during the day, but really come alive at night. Some even dress up like Mario Kart characters and zoom around the busy streets. Did I mention how clean the streets are? That custom follows Japanese soccer fans as well. They are known for cleaning the stadiums after the games, win or loss. It wasn't hard to find jerseys and gear as this nation gets ready for another World Cup.
Whipped it again, it's loose to the box, shot, goal!
The food, of course, is very fresh. Even the food at convenience stores, yes, like 7-Eleven and Family Mart, are mostly healthy and brought in fresh throughout the day. Before I left, I had to try a viral challenge. You can get a fried chicken patty, which is like $2, and put it on a fresh-made egg salad sandwich.
Family chicken. It's like a breaded chicken. So it's good. And then the egg sandwich. So it's pretty good. Went to 7-Eleven first, got my egg sando and my fried chicken. Honestly, 7-Eleven has it with the egg sando. But the chicken, they're both good.
That brings back great memories from our trip last year with the one I had with my husband. And Steven said he showed you that jersey that he got from the team Samurai Blue. They put his name, Dial, on it, and of course they put the number 4 for Fox 4. Great reporting from Stephen Dial in Japan. Fox 4 is the official broadcaster for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, so make sure you've got the free Fox Local app downloaded. You can find links to the ticket portal and the match schedule. A Dallas school celebrates the opening of a new gym. Ahead, it's more than just a place to get fit, how it's also going to keep students safe during severe storms. Forensic science, cybersecurity, business administration, and more for the class of 2026. And tonight's Here's to You, and you're watching the only local 530 news and weather in all of North Texas. So much family pride for the graduates in the class of 2026. Katia Chen is graduating from Frisco High School. This rising Red Raider will major in forensic science at Texas Tech University. Michaela Collins will graduate from Corsicana High School. She'll enroll in Tyler Junior College to major in physical therapy. Philip Deal has graduated from the University of North Texas magna cum laude with a master's degree in business administration. Leslie Garcia will graduate from Birdville High School. She will enroll at Tarrant County College, then go to trade school to train to work as a mechanic. Jackson Cruz will graduate from Brewer High School. He'll enroll at Tarrant County College to major in industrial technology. Email a photo that you have taken of your graduate. List their name, the school they're graduating from, and the school they will attend with their major or military plans. You might see them on TV. Clarice.Tinsley at Fox.com. Fox 4 is here with you. May marks Foster Care Awareness Month, a time to remember that every child deserves the gift of a family. And to put a spotlight on the issue, a Dallas family is sharing their experience. Adrian and Shane Potter took in siblings Isaiah, Jordan, and Sophia. The family admits the transition was difficult, but they say joy follows the challenges. On their journey, they say they've had a lot of resources and support. Now they hope to inspire others because they say fostering and adoption can offer a child much needed stability, support, and a place to call home.
It makes me feel like I have an actual home now and not having to be stuck with other families and having to change a lot of to family to family.
If it's been something that you've been considering, then I think that really there's a need, and it really opens your world, and it's very impactful to have that experience.
Profound and foundational. We've got a link on our website for those who might be interested in the foster care and adoption process but don't quite know where to begin. Go to fox4news.com.
Here's a look ahead at the next few days here. Tonight we'll continue to see these evening storms move off to our east. Still some gusty winds and the potential for some localized flooding. Tomorrow's a much quieter day with only a few isolated showers during the afternoon hours. Then another round comes our way on Thursday. I don't see any severe weather with this, but certainly the heavy downpours could produce some flooding. And then Friday, some afternoon pop-ups. So that coverage will be more isolated and generally in the afternoon, early evening. There's our cold front. It continues to crawl very slowly to the east across the area. We still do have some flash flood warnings in effect here in Tarrant County until 6:15. Also eastern Denton and southwestern Collin, although the rain has been over with in these areas for probably well over an hour now. There still could be some residual flooding, and the flash flood warning continues here in Dallas County until 7:15. Even there, the rain, you can tell just by looking at the radar. Over the last hour, this is not nearly as intense in most cases as it was earlier. So the rainfall rates are coming down. We don't see as much frequent cloud to ground lightning as we were seeing in the last couple of hours. Although that said, it is still raining very heavily here along Interstate 45 between Wilmer and Hutchins in southeastern Dallas County. This is just general rain and thunderstorm activity moving eastward through Sulphur Springs, Cooper up towards the Paris and Honey Grove area. And our strongest activity right now down to our southwest. We've got a warning in effect here for Bosque County. Could produce up to quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Behind the front, upper 50s now. Bridgeport, Gainesville, and Bowie, we're still holding at 70 in Dallas. So the storms will continue marching eastward as we head through this evening. A low-end severe weather threat. Tomorrow, again, with the cooler, more stable air in place, we'll likely only see a few isolated showers and storms in the afternoon. Storms will attempt to come in here from the west tomorrow night. I think they'll fall apart, but we're going to continue to see a few more disturbances along with a good surge of moisture coming in here on Thursday, and that will likely once again spell high coverage of showers and storms Thursday. Don't see much of a severe weather threat with those, but any of those heavy downpours could lead to some localized flooding. 83 tomorrow, 79 on Thursday as the rain and storm chance balloons to 70%. And then really Friday through Memorial Day, they all look like very similar days that will favor some afternoon and evening widely scattered storms with highs in the low to mid 80s.
Thank you, Dan. A Dallas school held a ribbon cutting to celebrate the official opening of its new gymnasium. The Hopkins Gym at Good Shepherd Episcopal School is a nearly 15,000 square foot multi-use facility. It's designed to support PE classes, athletic programs, school events, and community gatherings. The head of school says the space will support their vision of childhood growth and development for years to come.
It's like when you think about the great places when your family gathers, maybe around the kitchen table or in the kitchen, around the island, this is that really home space.
And the facility is also designed as a Category 5 storm shelter, enhancing safety and preparedness for the entire campus. Coming up, a project of love. How the work being done here will give kids a safe place to sleep at night. A North Texas energy company partnered with a nonprofit to make sure kids have a safe place to sleep at night. Volunteers from Reliant helped build bunk beds with the nonprofit Sleep in Heavenly Peace. Workers cut and prepared wood planks and slats for several hours, and those planks are going to be assembled in homes where children have been without a bed. The company says it wants to make home feel more like home.
When you have a child that's sleeping on the floor,
and we can make a difference and get them off the floor and sleeping in a bed, that's going to add to that comfort. That's going to add to their quality of life.
The beds will be installed in homes at a later date. Staff members worked all through the morning to prepare those bed kits. More Fox 4 News in a moment. Glad you joined us at 5:30. Steve and Heather have more news now.
All right, Clarice, thank you. Here's a look at what's coming up on Fox 4 News at 6.
Some strong storms moving through North Texas today and this evening. We've seen heavy rain, small hail, and strong wind. Reports of some damage coming in as well, like this toppled tree in Carolton.
Plus, with just 1 week until runoff election day, President Trump announcing an endorsement in the hotly contested U.S. Senate race between incumbent John Cornyn and Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
New details tonight about the deadly shooting earlier this month in Dallas's Koreatown. How investigators used cell phone data to connect the shooter's wife to the crime. Fox 4 News at 6 starts right now.
Here for you, the news leader, Fox 4.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. We begin tonight with a weather update. Many North Texans saw heavy rain like you're seeing in this picture. This is taken by one of our producers who lives in Plano.
Yeah, we want to take a live look outside now. Gosh, that was coming down. From one of our drive cams, this is near Highway 80.
I see a break out there in the distance.
Oh, nice.
Drive toward the sun.
I bet Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry can tell us more.
You know what? The good news is that we're now behind those storms across much of the Metroplex at this hour. The air is really cooling off. Take a look at the numbers here. PK Lake at 60 right now. We're at 69 at Richardson, 64 Stephenville, 61 at Cedar Creek Lake. So the slow-moving cold front continues to crawl eastward. There are still a couple of flash flood warnings in effect. The one for Denton and Collin counties has now expired. Even that one that you see there for Tarrant County, still in effect for another 15 minutes, but it has really stopped raining there for the most part for the better part of about the last 90 minutes. Still have some heavy downpours in southeastern portions of Dallas County around the Seagoville area. And as you head eastward, you can see, though, this is really starting to break up through much of Kaufman County now. That's the strongest activity we have. These storms are producing some maybe up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts and some pocket change hail as you head down into Hamilton County, the Cranfills Gap area, and Clifton. So a low and severe weather threat this evening, mainly to the east and south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We get a break tomorrow, but those storm chances ramp right back up again on Thursday. I've got details on that coming up.
All right, Dan, thank you. We'll see you soon. The wife of a man charged with capital murder for a shooting spree that left several business partners dead or wounded is now charged too. She was captured in Minnesota, also charged now with murder.
Police say 67-year-old Asun Han aided her husband in carrying out violence against people he accused of duping him out of thousands of dollars and not keeping their end of a business deal. Fox 4's Sean Rabb has more. Sean.
Yeah, good evening to both of you. And Steve, you mentioned earlier how their cell phones connected them, but may I also tell you the video recording system in their own car also put her with him, their voices talking about what to do next. I have to tell you, leaders in the Korean community in Carolton caught completely surprised by this.
And it surprised all of us.
A surprising twist in the shootings across Carrollton's Korean community 2 weeks ago that took 2 lives and wounded 3 others. Asun Han, the 67-year-old wife of the man charged with capital murder, Sung-ho Han, is now charged with aiding her husband's violent acts and murder.
It's additional sad news when you hear that the couple actually were involved in this tragic event.
Asun Han was arrested with the help of U.S. Marshals in Minnesota. We don't know when or how she left North Texas. An arrest affidavit says the wife first denied knowing anything about what happened, and then before she stopped talking to investigators, admitted knowing Sung had been scammed out of $75,000 and that she knew that Sung had killed people. The affidavit details what the wife police say did and what survivors of the shooting told detectives she said. Cell phone data put the husband and wife together at the time of the shootings. First, at the K-Town shopping mall, where 4 people were shot, including Olivia Kim, who survived multiple gunshot wounds. She told detectives she asked Asun Han to call 911. According to Olivia, the document says, Asun told her, quote, "Why aren't you dead yet? You should have been the first one dead. You are the worst one." Then she casually walked out of the market. Olivia Kim, Yo Kim, and Ed Schley were accused by Sung-ho Han of not keeping their end of a business deal that took $75,000 from him. Schley had gotten $70,000 from the 69-year-old Sung-ho Han.
He was a broker, and I think he was also managing the property. So he was involved in that sense.
A dash camera in Han's vehicle showed the couple drove from the crime scene at the market together. Sung said to Asun, "Hurry up and call. Let's see where he's at." After the murder, the couple traveled to McDonald's at Old Denton and Frankfurt Road, where they ordered drinks in the drive-thru.
I'm sure there's still more to come out. What drove that to this tragic event? I'm sure there's additional stories to that.
And tonight, police in that arrest affidavit say because of her actions and what she did not do and her complicit involvement is why she's charged with murder. There was an extradition notice for her in Minnesota today that Denton County plans to come get her in the next 30 to 60 days, bring her back here, where she with her husband will face trial.
All right, we'll follow it. Sean, thank you.
In the critical Texas Republican Senate race, after much speculation, President Trump has announced his endorsement.
He is putting his support behind Attorney General Ken Paxton. Fox 4's Stephen Dial joins us now with more. Stephen.
Heather, both Attorney General Ken Paxton and current Senator John Cornyn have tried to position themselves as the pro-Trump candidate in this race. And after months of staying out of the tight race, this morning, President Trump endorsed Ken Paxton. In a social media post, President Trump said that Cornyn is a good man, but said that he was not supportive of me when times were tough. This goes back to the drama in 2020. Paxton helped lead some of the legal challenges seeking to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. And on January 6th, Ken Paxton was at the rally before the storming of the U.S. Capitol. Meanwhile, around that time, Cornyn said that Trump's time had passed him. Since those remarks, Cornyn has been in lockstep with the president, only voting against him in one key vote. Early voting started yesterday. Runoff election day is next Tuesday. This is how Paxton and Cornyn reacted this morning.
I'm so honored to have President Trump's endorsement. His endorsement, in my opinion, is the most significant endorsement that in my lifetime. So when he endorses, it has a tremendous impact. We're already doing really well, but certainly I have so much respect for the president and so appreciate his endorsement. And I think it creates a slight bit of momentum, don't you?
We've always had these family fights within the Republican Party, and then we unify in order to win the election in November. And we'll do that again. But I believe that in terms of our success in November, that Ken Paxton would be an albatross around the neck of our candidates and would likely lose to James Tallarico. I think we've come too far and worked too hard to risk that.
I talked to SMU political scientist Matthew Wilson about if the Trump endorsement will greatly impact this race.
But I don't think it entirely seals the deal. A lot of people's attitudes towards both of these candidates are already pretty baked in. Early voting has already begun. We see that in March, John Cornyn ended up outperforming his polls by about 5 points or so. So he's still got a puncher's chance. That said, he came into today as a bit of an underdog. He comes out of today a little bit more of an underdog.
Some Republican leaders have been pushing for President Trump to endorse Cornyn. Their concern has been what Cornyn has been saying, that Paxton would be a more vulnerable candidate in November because of his past legal issues and Cornyn's ability to draw in more moderate voters. So we'll have to see what the outcome is. Again, runoff election day next Tuesday, early voting continuing right now. Steve?
Hey, Stephen, I'm curious. This come together late. I mean, as Matthew Wilson said, kind of late for the candidates. Were they really after this? Had they given up? Was this a surprise? Do we know anything about how this came to be today on this Tuesday?
Well, it seems like a lot of politicians were caught off guard. The Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, saying that he found out when we all found out on social media, and Thune has been pushing the president to endorse Cornyn. So at the very least, we know some politicians were caught off guard. Now, it's not that much of a surprise that President Trump is backing Ken Paxton because that's been his guy longer than John Cornyn. But I think some people were caught off guard, especially since he did endorse in March, and now early voting started yesterday. And so doing it on the second day of early voting, a little random.
All right. Exactly. That's what I thought too, Stephen. Thank you very much. Now, like Stephen said, early voting runs through the week. Most polling locations are open 7 to 7. We've put together a voting guide for you to break down all the races you're interested in. We've also got sample ballots specific to counties that you are interested in or want to watch. You can find all of that on fox4news.com.
Still ahead on Fox 4 News at 6, strong reaction from both sides of the aisle today following the announcement of President Trump's newly created anti-weaponization fund. Some experts also say it sets a dangerous precedent.
Plus, investigators releasing new details today about the teenagers behind a deadly shooting at a mosque in San Diego, including hate speech they posted online. Big breaking news from the Dallas Mavericks tonight. The team has just announced it's parting ways with its head coach, Jason Kidd.
It is the first major decision for new Mavericks president Masai Ujiri. Kidd has been the head coach since June of 21 and advanced to the Western Conference Finals in 2022 and NBA Finals in 2024. But the team finished 26-56 this past season. We're going to check in with Mike Ducey in just a bit for his initial reaction.
Investigators say the two teenagers involved in a deadly shootout and shooting in Southern California mosque left behind online hate-filled writings. 3 people were killed when the two opened fire on the Islamic Center. Authorities say the teenage shooters shared a broad hatred toward other religions and races. Their own ideologies or views have not been shared. The two were found dead in a car away from the scene of the shooting. The imam says a security guard who was killed gave his life to protect people inside.
He's the one who stopped them, who slowed them down. The 2 suspects would have easily access to every single classroom.
San Diego police have increased patrols at places of worship in the aftermath of this attack. Investigators are looking into whether the shooters had broader plans. Lawyers for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk made their case to ban reporters and the public from parts of his upcoming hearing. It comes after the judge in the case rejected their request to keep news cameras from the courtroom entirely. Prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty if 23-year-old Tyler Robinson is convicted. A preliminary hearing is set for early July. The judge is expected to rule by next month on whether to restrict parts of that hearing. A lot of questions being asked after the Justice Department created a fund to give taxpayer dollars to those who claim they were unfairly investigated during the Biden administration.
The people making those claims are friends of President Trump. Fox's Alexandria Hoff has more from the White House.
Plenty of strong reaction on Capitol Hill and beyond following the announcement of a $1.7 billion anti-weaponization fund, which will pay reparations to President Trump's allies for what they call judicial abuse by the Biden administration. More than a few Republicans are asking tough questions about using taxpayer money to compensate those who have been convicted of crimes.
What I want to know is how the fund was created and what its purpose is, and the legality of creating a fund that Congress hasn't had anything to say about.
Democrats going even further, calling it a slush fund with no oversight.
We've gotten to the point where Donald Trump is just stealing in broad daylight from the American people.
And some experts are warning paying reparations for something that happened so recently could set a dangerous precedent.
It's our previous president. It's his predecessor in the office. And so that's what makes this, I think, particularly unusual and raising eyebrows.
But the administration is defending the move, claiming the president and his family will not receive funds.
Anybody can apply. The commissioners will set rules, I'm sure.
And it's unlikely the president will lose much political ground with his base.
I think it will be seen as kind of another instance of him sort of putting what's important to him personally, the transactional element of a lot of what he does. You know, these people got hurt, I think I'm going to give them money.
Democrats say they'll challenge the fund in court, but first a judge needs to agree they have standing. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox 4 News.
The President Trump gave the media a look at the upcoming White House ballroom today.
Yeah, he shared new renderings and explained some of the features, reminding people it will be paid for with donated money, not with taxpayer dollars. Republicans had attempted to include ballroom security costs on a funding bill for ICE and customs enforcement. Democrats pushing back.
Donald Trump sees Americans' money as his money. He somehow thinks he's entitled to reach into the average American family's pockets, take the money out of their pockets, and put it in his own.
Now, the Secret Service had actually requested that additional funding after a man was charged with attempting to assassinate the president at the White House Correspondents' Dinner at a hotel. The costs were struck down by the Senate parliamentarian for not meeting procedural rules.
Let's look ahead the next few days here. We're going to see some evening storms continuing to slowly push off to our east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area tonight. Tomorrow's much quieter. Another round comes our way on Thursday. Not much of a severe weather threat, but certainly the potential for flooding, and then some afternoon pop-ups as we head through Friday afternoon into Friday evening. Rainfall amounts here have varied considerably. Russell Vincent and Colleyville only a 1/4 inch, but Scott up and Melissa with 1 1/3 inches. Marianne and McKinney nearly 2 inches of rain, and Bob and Tioga with 88/100 of an inch. So the cold front continues to slowly push to our east. The air behind it is much cooler, with temperatures having dropped into the upper 50s and low 60s. Just have one flash flood warning in effect now. The others for Tarrant County, Denton, and Collin counties have expired. Dallas County continues until 7:15 this evening, although much of the heavy rain has either pushed east or has dissipated over the last hour or so. Here's a closer look. This is just general light rain and moderate rain falling around downtown Dallas, Carolton up through the Garland area. Meantime, a little heavier as you head east of Seagoville now into northern Kaufman County. A few showers and thunderstorms lingering up to the northeast here from Bonham to Honey Grove and Paris, down through the Lake Tawakoni area and Sulphur Springs. This by far is the heaviest activity. It's well down to our southwest now. We actually had 3 different storms kind of converge right there over Turnersville. That is going to cause quite a bit of flooding if it continues. Look at the lightning display here too. That is really producing a lot of strikes, and a little flare up here from Kearns, just on the west side of Cayuga right now. Those are slow-moving storms. Temperatures at this hour have slipped into the upper 50s around Bridgeport and Gainesville. 64 at DFW, 75 Hillsboro, and 68 at this hour in Terrell. So here's Futurecast. Notice the trend here. The showers and storms move off to our east and southeast. Only a very low and severe weather threat with these. Some pocket change hail and some gusty winds. Tomorrow, I think, is a quiet day as the cooler, more stable air kind of lingers behind the frontal passage. We'll see some storms attempt to push in from the west late tomorrow night. I think these are going to fall apart, but there'll be a couple more disturbances coming our way. Indications are we're going to see a good surge of Gulf moisture once again, head north again, and that will likely lead to, with afternoon heating, more widespread shower and thunderstorm development. Again, I don't really see those causing any big concerns in terms of severe weather, but any heavy downpours could lead to at least some localized flooding. 7-day forecast, 83 tomorrow. The rain and storm chance balloons to 70% on Thursday. And then Friday, Saturday, all the way through Memorial Day. These are all very similar days with heating during the afternoon. That will lead to some scattered thunderstorm development. Those will linger into the evening hours before they die off. And look for high temperatures to reach the low to mid 80s.
Thank you, Dan. Find live radar on the Fox 4 weather app. The app also gives you information on watches and warnings. Plus, you can watch live newscasts on the web. Scan the QR code on your screen. The app is free.
for Attorney General.
The head of the World Health Organization is expressing concern over the scale and speed of the outbreak of a rare type of Ebola. More than 130 people have died, more than 500 are sick, with cases centered in eastern Congo. This type of Ebola virus that's causing the outbreak is less common than other strains of the virus. The virus spreads undetected for weeks because authorities were focused on testing for more common types of Ebola. The World Health
Some people chase victory. Others build it. Not for the spotlight, but for the standard. Thomas J. Henry, built to
Attorney
Here's an update to the breaking news on the sports scene right now. The Dallas Mavericks organization is parting ways with its head coach, Jason Kidd.
Yeah, the Hall of Famer and coach who helped lead the franchise back to the NBA Finals is out. Mike Ducey is in now with more. Mike.
Hey, guys, when the Mavericks named Masai Ujiri as their new president not long ago, the most pressing question, one of them anyway, had to do with the future of Jason Kidd. And tonight, we do get the answer. One of the most important figures in franchise history as a player and later coach. Kidd is out tonight. The team released a statement announcing the team has mutually agreed to part ways, they always say, and that a comprehensive search for the new coach will begin. Mavs president Ujiri quoted as complimenting Kidd's leadership, professionalism, and commitment to the team. Jason Kidd was named Mavericks head coach before the 2021 season, went to the Western Finals in 22, the NBA Finals in 24, losing on both occasions. His other 3 seasons as head coach resulted in losing records. Drafted by the Mavericks as a player, 2nd overall in 1994, Kidd was a Hall of Famer as an NBA player, a point guard who helped lead the Mavericks to their only championship in 2011. Under Kidd's leadership this year, the Mavericks finished well out of the playoff chase, 26-56 their record. As a result, they'll get the 9th overall pick in the NBA draft later next month. This was the social media post put up by the club, thanking Kidd for his years of service with the Dallas Mavericks. Reportedly 4 years and more than $40 million remained on Kidd's contract, by the way, which was renewed, extended this past offseason. Where will the Mavs look for their new head coach? One name to keep in mind, former Mavericks assistant Sean Sweeney, who left for San Antonio this season. He's now assistant head coach with a Spurs team that's up 1 game to none in the Western Conference Final. We'll have more on this developing story. Sam Gannon's with me on Free for All Plus coming up at 7 on Fox Local. And then, of course, Free for All here on Fox 4 at 10:30. Again, Jason Kidd out as head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. I'm Mike Ducey, Fox 4 Sports.
Mike, thanks.
Bomb squad with the Denton Police Department recently responded to Lake Louisville after a pipe bomb was found.
Turns out people are using them to illegally fish. Fox 4's Vanya Castillo live tonight after talking to one man who picked one up without knowing what it was.
Oh, my gosh.
You've got some fun partiers right behind you, too, Vanya. Looks like a great day at the lake.
Getting some attention.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of kids out here playing, and it was a very ordinary day at the lake for that man as well that ended with a full response from the bomb squad. Now, we heard from Louisville police telling us that a man found a device yesterday near Lake Park and called 911. The Denton bomb squad was called in, and they confirmed that it was a pipe bomb. Louisville police tell me that while this is the first time they've come across something like this, the Denton bomb squad did tell them that they've been seeing a growing trend of people using these kinds of devices to kill fish. They say the explosion kills the fish and people are able to just easily scoop them up. Now, Mike Rader, the man who found the bomb and removed it out of the lake, told me that he was out there with his metal detector when he felt something in the water. He said he initially had no clue what it was.
Oh, I kicked it into a metal scoop over and over again, like stabbing down in it with a scoop, trying to scoop it up. I probably cut it and scratched it and nicked it up, had no idea what I was doing. So I said, a lot of people are like, oh, you're a hero. Blah, blah. No. Every single person I talked to said they would not have done what I did. That doesn't make me a hero. It makes me an idiot.
Now, police tell me that the bomb was destroyed and discarded at the scene. The lake has since been reopened. It's still not clear who put it there. And again, a very, very scary situation for everyone involved. But we are going to be hearing more from Ryder and that interview coming up tonight at 9. Back to you guys.
He's kind of a character, Vanya. It's good to see him. Good to see he's healthy and okay, and that didn't blow up.
Right.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much, Vanya.
Storms still moving across North Texas. We've seen heavy rain causing some flooding in some areas. This video was actually sent to us by Wayne Holmberg. Water pooling on the side of the road. This is in Fort Worth. It's near 30 and 287.
That is deep.
Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry. Dan.
Yeah, it came down fast and furious. We were getting reports of an inch of rain falling in as little as 15 to 20 minutes during the height of these storms. The good news is that these continue to weaken as they push off to the east. We look into the Dallas-Fort Worth area now. Just some lingering light rain from Dallas up towards the Garland area. It picks up a little bit as you head up into Collin County. The flash flood warning will continue for Dallas County and southeastern Tarrant County. Could be some residual flooding, even though the heavy stuff has come to an end. This is all generally moderate rainfall that's occurring. None of this is severe. Hunt County over towards Sulphur Springs, up towards Cooper, into the Paris area. By far the strongest storms are down to our southwest right now, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for far southern Bosque County. Could be up to quarter-sized